I would like to call to order the meeting of the Niles Main District Library for April 17th, 2024.
Trustee Kadir. Trustee Kadir is running a little late. Trustee Derblick.
Present.
Trustee Schoenfeld. Here. Treasurer Patello.
Present.
Secretary Rosansky.
Here.
Vice President Trunko.
Here.
President Key.
Here. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes of March 13th?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of March 13th, 2024 Decennial Committee meeting.
Second.
Unless there's any comment, please take the roll.
Trustee Derblick.
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
Yes.
Treasurer Patello.
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky.
Yes.
Vice President Trunko.
Yes.
President Key.
Yes.
6-0 passes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the March 20th, 2024 regular board meeting.
Second.
Trustee Derblick.
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
No.
Treasurer Patello.
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky.
Yes.
Vice President Trunko.
Yes.
President Key.
Yes.
4 yeses, 2 noes passes. Thank you.
For public comment, I call Elliot Osherman.
Good evening, Board. This is Elliot Osherman. I start with my notice about addressing comments to the entirety of the Board and paying attention. While I can neither command nor demand attention, I do note who does not pay attention. I thus start with the 9 usual declarative statements, that I will neither be silenced nor interrupted, nor will we, nor will the community. I will remember the actions of the members of the Board, both for positive and negative, as will we, as will the community. I will vote on April 1, 2025 at the next library election, as will we, as will the community. We are beginning the time in which the budget for fiscal year 2024 to 2025 will be determined. We have had in the past a strategic plan. The last strategic plan has lapsed. Madam Derblick, in an effort to save money, requested that we merely extend it by 1 year. That was a futile effort. On the website is a statement that says, through long-range planning, the Board of Trustees ensures that high-quality services and materials are available to patrons of the district, unquote. We do not have such a long-range plan at the present. I strongly encourage the Board to include funding for such an updated strategic plan in the 24-25 budget. I have in the past defined stupidity and ignorance. I will not repeat that quote tonight. I have in the past defined malice and results deriving from it. I will not repeat that quote tonight. Instead, I will provide you, therefore, with 2 newer quotes. The first from Longfellow, quote, whom the gods destroy, they first make mad, unquote. Draw your own conclusion. The second quote from Mark Twain, quote, you take the lies out of him, and he'll shrink to the size of your hat. You take the malice out of him, and he'll disappear. Less than 365 days remain till disappearance day. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
I have just one comment.
No,
Mr. Washington,
you're
I
out of
just
order,
want to
ma'am.
share with you that
You are out of order, ma'am.
the purpose of not
You are out
having,
of order, ma'am.
the purpose of, Trustee King, can you please control the board meeting?
He's not, you know what, I would like, if you have a comment, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Mhm.
In regards to the strategic plan, when I was president, we didn't cancel the strategic plan to save money. It was postponed for a year because of the drastic decline in library services due to the pandemic and its effect, which didn't give the library enough time to even work towards the past strategic plan. So I just want you to understand that was the reason, and your statement was incorrect. But thank you.
I'll find the quote you directly, ma'am.
Are there any other in-person public comments? Okay, we do have a written public comment submitted in person by Joe McCullough.
Submitted in person, meaning came and dropped off?
That is my understanding. I was given it via paper.
Okay.
In the coming,
Before you begin, is it one from now and is the back one from last month?
that, it was not clarified to me. The copy that I was given with my name written on it was only the first 2 pages and said, please read this month. The copies that were given to the trustees included 4 pages, which appear to include the comment made from last month. Since the 4 pages were submitted, I will read through the 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
In the coming months, the Niles Main Library Board will prepare, consider, and pass their 2024-25 budget and tax levy. Many facts need to be taken into account, and I will lay out some of the most applicable in constructing next year's budget and levy. Material loans, the basic reason for a public library, have been constantly declining since 2010 and are down another 10% in the last 2 years. Many patrons that previously used the library are now purchasing their books from Amazon or purchasing digital books for their phones, iPads, or computers. The library reference material and information in nonfiction books is readily available and more up to date on the internet. The borrowings of DVDs are also in steep decline because of the proliferation of low-cost cable and streaming services that offer substantially more entertainment and enlightenment options than the Niles Main Library inventory could offer. The number of Niles Library card holders, the use of streaming data, and patron computer use are also on a long-term decline. It's obvious library circulation is declining and not coming back in the foreseeable future. The Niles Main Library Board, the library director, and all library staff have to recognize this fact when preparing the 2024-25 library budget and tax levy. Staffing is over 70% of library operating costs, and with reduced library usage, there needs to be a reduction of staff, not a reallocation of staff to make work or unproductive projects. This situation compares to a business that is failing or declining and needs to downsize and reorganize operations more efficiently. The budget should include a business-oriented staffing study, not a library or government-oriented study, with real advice on the processes and procedures to put in place to operate the library more efficiently. The previous matrix study was worthless in this area and a waste of taxpayer dollars that will have no productive results. Stop hiring new staff until this study is done and productive changes can be made. Concentrate on providing efficient basic library services and eliminate duplicitous services such as passports and getting involved with school libraries who have qualified librarians, large collections of their own books, and plenty of budget funds to purchase anything they need. We're wasting their time and our staff time. Reassess the need for all of the service points in the library and large back office staff. The library operates evenings and weekends with a fraction of the 9-to-5 staff level and very often has more patrons on weekends than weekdays with adequate service to patrons. Consider outsourcing marketing, IT, and some of the functions of material services. Because of declining library usage, the cost to taxpayers needs to be cut, especially since Cook County has the highest property tax in the nation at 1.88% of home value annually. Niles Main Library is one of the 12 or 13 tax districts that are the cost drivers contributing to this burden on all residents, whether they are homeowners or renters, including the 85% of residents that don't use the library. Many residents are having difficulties affording this level of property taxes on top of the current tax of high inflation for basic necessities. The first step is to acknowledge circulation has significantly declined. Then it's obvious that the budget and tax levy also need to significantly decline. These adjustments need to begin with this budget year and may take several years to fully implement. And time has lapsed.
Can I make a comment on the public comment?
I would just like to remind trustees that, yeah, you are able to comment, of course, but it doesn't always mean that we should, but. if you
Okay,
feel that
I'll hold it, I'll hold it, I'll make it later. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to move new business item 10H up to this part of the board meeting, please.
Second.
Take vote, please.
Trustee Kadir,
I'll abstain.
trustee Durblick,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
treasurer Patello,
Yes.
secretary Rosansky.
Yes.
No.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
It's okay. No. Vice President Trunco
Yes.
and President Key.
Since we're gonna move this up, you know, I usually vote last and speak last, but I would like you to indulge me this once and let me speak first. And I'm gonna start by asking if there's an objection to limiting each trustee to a 5-minute time limit during this part of the agenda.
I object. There is nothing in our bylaws or anywhere that says that we have to be limited. So
No,
I
there's
object
not,
to
that's
that.
why I'm asking.
I'll object to that.
Okay, is there any other objections? Because then I can put it to a vote if there's,
Actually,
Actually,
you
you
cannot
can't.
limit a trustee's speaking time.
but if we agree to it as a board, we can.
But there's also no ability to vote since it's not on the agenda. You're adding
I
something to the agenda.
think you cannot create a
Okay.
rule that is
It's-
contradictory to statute.
It's
And
not a
according
rule.
to the statute, no, you cannot enforce something that is contradictory to a statute that gives us that privilege.
Is
I
it a
have been
statute?
advised that this is legal and this is possible, and the wording is there an objection? And then you can make any kind of thing that you want. So is there an objection? There is one. So then we need to take a vote. I'm just asking if we can limit each other, and this is for all of us, not just for one or the other, to 5 minutes, because otherwise, if it's all 7 of us want to make a 10-minute comment, we're gonna be here for 70
And
minutes.
that's why we have a board meeting.
That's.
So, and
And it will be challenged if we do go against what the rights of trustees are.
If there's a vote, we go according to the vote.
Are
No,
we
that's
allowed
Can I-
not true.
can I-
to vote to the agenda right
Can
now?
I ask
There's
a
no
question
vote to
before we vote?
Sure.
Trustee Durblick, what is the statutory basis for your comment? I'm just asking.
Actually, it's the entire explanation of our rule, what's the word?
Roll?
No, it's as trustees, we are, not to be restricted in what we do. I can't think of the terminology.
Where's the statutory basis for that?
It's
That's what I'm
in,
asking.
if you look under the trustees, section of the statutes, it explains, you cannot restrict us. There's some terminology. I don't have it. I haven't needed to use it for years, but, please proceed and, we'll
Okay,
do what we
I
have to
mean,
do.
I'm happy to take your word for it, but if you would, look that up and provide that to us by the
Absolutely.
next meeting, I'd
But what we
definitely
need to
appreciate it.
understand is, we cannot decide trustees can't do this and trustees can't do that. We're elected. The only reason we have this board meeting is that we can speak to the public and they can be made aware of what's going on in our library. So you can't restrict that.
So I am suggesting this because if, like I said, if we each talk for 10 minutes, we're gonna be here for over an hour before we even get to the next part of the meeting. I'm
And that's
doing this to
fine.
try and run the meeting, which is as, the probably one and only thing I'm being allowed to do as president is run the meeting. I'm trying to do so efficiently.
Well,
so if
officially
anyone-
cutting us off is not proper.
I'm giving myself the
5
same
minutes
5-minute
should be more
limit
than
that I'm giving to
sufficient.
everyone else. So,
By all means, if you want a 5-minute limit, that's your
yes,
call.
Jason.
Are we legally allowed to vote on something that's not on our agenda right now because we're gonna be taking a vote
No,
that's not on here?
I was informed that this is fine.
I
No,
do
you
not
cannot take a
believe
vote.
you can add a- I-
And that's because nobody trusts what I have to say, which is another issue.
Well, and that's because you've got the people who like to stir up the pot, stirring the pot.
So,
Like yourself.
as running the meeting and as I was advised, I would like to put to a vote that we each not speak for more than 5 minutes and only speak once. please take the vote.
You cannot take a vote on an item that's not on the agenda.
You can't take a vote on
No.
that, that's not on the agenda. You can't make it up. We just had this when we did the 7,500 for the drone, we had to wait till the following month to take a vote on that.
But it's not, we're not making a motion, we're not making a rule, it's not
Well, you're making a
We're
motion.
taking a vote.
It's for one
In this-
meeting.
particular
so is it- so is
agenda
an
item.
officer.
So,
10G.
so, so we're taking about 10 minutes to decide whether we can
Right.
vote
Yes.
For
to limit
5
ourselves for
minutes.
5 minutes. So why don't we just, I mean, I appreciate the motion, but let's just move forward, you know, one way or the other.
Take the vote. Thank you. Trustee Kadir?
I'm gonna abstain because I don't have the statutory background one way or the other, to be honest.
Trustee Derblick?
I'm abstaining, it's improper.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Abstain.
Trustee, or Treasurer Patel?
Yes.
Secretary Rosensky?
Yes.
Trustee, Vice President Trunko?
I'll abstain because it's not proper procedure.
And President King?
Yes.
3 yeses. 1, 2, 3, 4. Abstain.
Valerie, where does that leave us?
What is that exactly?
We don't have a majority saying yes, but the majority of those who voted say yes. So what do we?
That is honestly not something that I know the answer to,
All right, then let's just not do it because you guys are not comfortable with it, so let me
Thank
just go
you.
ahead and make my comment, and I do respectfully ask that we each try to not be so long-winded, please. I just wanted to start out by thanking the staff. This is actually National Library Month, and it was National Library Worker Day this week. So thank you to all our staff for your continued dedication and loyalty to the library. It's very much appreciated. And it was good to see a lot of you at Public Library Association Conference a couple weeks ago in Columbus. It was a great experience for myself. I went, Des Plaines Library sent me, so I was not charging any of my expenses to this library. And I learned a lot for my job, as well as had the opportunity to meet with a lot of tradesmen and other library workers to share ideas. It was a very valuable experience. I wanted to congratulate Director Marshall on making it through 3 months.
Thank you.
There hasn't been a dull minute for you. Thank you for sticking it out. And I actually also wanted to thank all the trustees, because whether we agree with each other or not, we all make the time to be here every month and spend a lot of our time outside of the building working on things here, and that is commendable. I think that we're moving the library in the right direction, although it's not always easy. We're keeping our eyes towards the future of the library, and I want to thank you for that. And I would like to personally invite you to please meet with me individually in the next few weeks so that you can sit down with me and tell me what it is you would like to see happen or not happen or happen differently. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, well, since we're in trustee comment, I'm gonna comment on the public comment that was made. And all I'm gonna say is that, you know, we were elected by all of us here, by the voters, to do a task. The individual commenting had an opportunity to do what he believed was in his vision, and the voters subsequently rejected that vision. So, you know, that it is what it is. That's what people voted for, and so we are trying to follow the task of what we were elected to do. And want to thank the rest of the trustees again also for your time, and you know, for all your efforts for the library. Thanks. I'm done.
Whoever wants
Who's
to go,
next
go.
on the list?
Whoever's ready.
Or are we gonna go according to the way we vote?
Doesn't matter.
If you
Whoever's
have a
ready may
vote, that would
speak.
be
I am
Trustee
not
Derblick.
prepared to say whatever the reason is that we have an agenda item for trustee comments. I always thought that trustees were able to speak during the board meeting based on agenda items. So I'm not sure what this comment is supposed to include.
I asked for it to be added, I think it's a great idea at public comment that we should have an ability to make comments as well. not only on anything we'd like to talk about before the meeting, but comments back, like you, with Mr. Oshman over there. You want to respond, this would be a great time to do it. It would give us a great opportunity for our voices to be heard as well, and not wait till when it's potentially 11 or 12 o'clock at night and the public doesn't get to hear our comments back. So I asked for this to be added to the agenda.
So this is then replacing other.
Not
in a
replacing,
No,
way to
it's
look
not.
at it.
not
In
replacing
addition
other-
to.
It's an addition.
But you know what, that's a good point, maybe,
As we're reviewing the bylaws, we can rearrange the agenda if we decide to. I mean, this was also something that Jason requested to add on Monday,
I believe it was
which
Monday.
was
yes.
also when, Carolyn, you added something to the agenda, which both things were added as requested, just to make that
They were.
clear.
Yep.
At a late date, which in the future, if possible, please ask Valerie to do that ahead of time, because
Yes.
it's kind of hard for her to
Yeah,
make that turnaround.
seriously.
I would have absolutely asked on Friday if it wasn't for the events that occurred on Monday that needed me to put that on there.
It's Sue's next, right?
Yes. Oh, We valid, excuse me, I apologize. We validate, each and every one of us are concerns for the community, but we have to really work together to make this whole library a complete success. And I greatly appreciate all the librarians and the staff working here as well to make it a whole.
Would you like to say anything?
Yes. I agree we should all try to work together, which is why we were supposed to have our meeting on Saturday, which not all of us are going to attend. If this is rescheduled, I would hope we all could attend. This is one way of us helping each other figure out how to communicate with each other and not be like we want to rip each other's hair out. Another thing I would like to say, which is most important, is I would like to definitely thank all of the staff. I appreciate all of their work, and I hope they all realize that. Thank you.
I'm gonna take a moment to thank all of the volunteers within the community that come out and dedicate a portion of their day to help out this great institution. So thank you to all the young college, school-age children that come out and help out in the children's section, and the rest of it, the patrons and non-patrons that come out and help out with programming. So thank you so much for volunteering your time. Thank you.
So, we sit here in the boardroom with a member of the press, members of the community, our staff, our board, and we're lucky enough to feel safe tonight in a way that our staff twice in the last month have not felt. There have been 2 occasions in this library where staff has been put in a situation of being unsafe due to actions by members of the community. We've had actions that should have prompted a security measure tonight to be here, just in case, to protect our staff and, more importantly, our community as well. And I'm sorry, that not more importantly, just as important, our community as well. And we don't have that here tonight, and we don't have staff safety at the front of our mind. We could say we do, but we don't. We are a board that was elected, and the hope was that we were going to make strides to working together. And I think you've heard everybody around the table tonight say we need to work together, and that's great to hear. But I'm going to sit here and I'll be honest with the community, since nobody else will. It's not happening. And the reason it's not happening is because board members refuse to communicate with each other. Board members can't make decisions on their own. They need to be told what to say. And when a board member does make a decision, they're very much influenced by others. We were elected, all of us, to do a job for our community where we think about the community first, and we're here to take care of the library for the community, Not for Jason Trunco, not for Mayor Kadir, not for any other individual trustee. So until we can actually take those steps and get our heads in the right spot, which is taking care of the community, this will not be a successful board. So until we can do that, and until everybody's willing to communicate and let bygones be bygones from not this last year, but the 2 years prior and the prior board, we will not be able to be a successful board.
If I may make a comment now, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't prepared, and as far as my other, it really applies to much that will take place after we get into the agenda. But I do want to just take a few minutes to thank our staff for the incredible job they do. I've never seen so many patrons in this library at different times of the day and different days of the week who are excited and are really glad to be here because of obviously the interaction they receive from our staff. In regards to the board, I will admit for 3 years now, I have been subjected to some of the most contemptuous communications, which have made it very difficult to try to continue to pursue what's best for our community and our staff. I don't see it getting any better. And I feel like every board meeting, I just need to be that much more prepared to be able to deal that much more with the controversy and the criticisms. And again, at the end of the day, the accomplishments for our community are minimal, and this heightened animosity just continues. And it has stifled progress in this library under this newly board majority, just like it has 2 years ago when I was president. So I don't see the advantage of the last election starting to show some results. And that's how I feel about where we stand right now. All we can do is hope for a better future. Not sure how that's going to happen, but that's in the forefront of all our minds.
Together, so
Yes.
May I make a quick comment?
certainly.
I want to thank all the trustees for recognizing the hard work of the staff. I really appreciate that. And I also have a question. For when we write the minutes for this section, do trustees want to be quoted verbatim?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Don't care.
Okay.
That's just taking us back to the kind of minutes that we had before then. They
Yeah,
aren't
we're
really
going
minutes,
back to the
they're-
minutes that are like
But it
12
should be
pages
in
long.
detail.
This
No,
isn't-
it
this-
should not.
yes,
Yes,
should
it
be.
should be.
It's,
There again, we are
So
not
maybe
getting
when-
along as a board.
A suggestion is just maybe when we have the parliamentarian training, she can give us for tonight, we can put them in. And then maybe can have the parliamentarian maybe advise us on how other places do it and give us some ideas. And 2, we need to maybe take a vote on it then, next month.
Well,
If I
under
may make a
previous,
suggestion, if we're gonna include public comments, like Mr. Oshman's and Mr. McCool's, and trustees, if we're gonna make this part of our regular agenda, maybe trustees could have it prepared to include in the board packet the week before, and then it would be part of it automatically.
We
Public
don't,
comments are not
we
included
don't
in the
include
minutes.
public
Oh, no?
comments.
They are.
Okay.
No.
There,
Oh, that's
if they
true.
want to know what the public comments were, they watch the video.
Okay.
Just as the way in the past, if they wanted to hear verbatim what a board member says, they watch the video.
My question was just for this particular instance.
I
I do
understand.
agree with President Keene that maybe next month we take a vote on whether it should be verbatim or not, or just written out like Vice President Trunco said and kept as part of our records and viewed on the video, or other suggestions as may come up, so.
I'm
It
even
does
okay
take,
with that.
it does take a lot of staff time too to go back and write down, we'll rewatch that and we'll write that all down again.
Absolutely, I think we could provide Margaret with a written copy of our own if we're gonna say something, we could be prepared, and we could give it to Margaret or Valerie to keep it the records of the minutes, but they don't have to particularly go into the minutes. I'm okay with that too, going forward after this meeting.
Perfect.
But not for. I'd like to make a motion to approve operating expenses of $200,524.23, payroll expenses of $271,254.47, special reserve expenses of $24,180.32, for a total monthly expense of $495,959.02.
Second.
Any questions on the bills?
I do.
Go ahead.
I just have one comment to make. Observing the checks, I noticed purchase orders are not attached to the invoices, and I'd just like to know as to why. And I find this rather alarming, because if someone researches a particular invoice and they don't have the attached paperwork, it's kind of confusing.
Is there a particular one or some that you've noticed so I can investigate?
I don't have that paperwork in front of me, but I will give that to you.
Okay, I will be happy to investigate, no problem.
Thank you.
I had one question as well, if I may.
Mhm.
I see here for the Village of Niles, we have 3 business license charges. What are the 3 business license charges for?
I will have to research that and let you know.
Thank you.
Okay, if I can go next, I have a concern, and it is about the financial and personnel issues that have been occurring under this new board majority. Another concern is the challenges in leadership experience and knowledge continue to impact our library decisions. I understand it is the board who, the board majority who has the controlling decisions that are made on this, in this library. But I feel like we have a brand new director who's only been here a few months. She comes from Schiller Park. She was there for over a year and a half as their director, but she's getting her lead from this board.
Is this about the bills?
So when
Is this about the bills?
So when we make decisions based on how we feel or what we think, we're impacting how our director does things. One thing that came to my attention, we have parliamentarian training this Saturday, at least it's scheduled, and it was done with a verbal agreement. And what I heard, which constantly resonates, is our director can spend money as long as it's under $5,000. And we've done several other things just based on that statement. Yes, the director has authority to spend up to $5,000. That is based on the items that were approved in the budget for the fiscal year. She can purchase everything that's in that budget as long as it's been approved. She can also decide there's a need for something not in the budget, but that needs to be brought to the board in a board meeting, not behind the scenes, with open discussion, and then at that time, the board votes on that. And if it's decided that she's going to spend $3,000 on this parliamentarian training, then something in the budget line that's going to take care of this training needs to be removed so that the budget stays intact. But we keep saying we're looking at the budget and we only spent 20% or 10%, and that's not accurate, because if you've watched our budget process through the years, the last month of this fiscal year is when we will make sure that we have spent probably 90-some% of our budget. So adding things now does not necessarily mean we're going to have the money later. But I'm of the belief that the problem is we think she can just purchase. And we need to come to an understanding of what the purpose of a fiscal year budget is. That's why it's itemized and why there's so many details that go with it.
And
But
as
I
you
am
said, she does
concerned.
have experience doing budgets for a year and a half in Schiller Park and also in Florida, so I'm sure that she has plenty of experience and knows how to handle those things. Yes, Jason?
Okay, the decision comes from the board,
I have the
though.
floor. So, while I understand your concern, Carolyn, there is a line in our budget for consultants. This training, from what I've been told, is gonna be covered under the consultant line, which would be a trainer, because they are a consultant
No,
to the
the
board.
consultants in our library are not trainers. The consultants
that's
line in our
something-
library.
But that's splitting
Really
hairs.
is.
Yeah, so, but this is gonna fall
No, it's
under.
training.
Well, we could,
We-
anyway,
We
can go back and
if we
forth
move
on
it to
that
the,
one.
if we move it to the training line, there's still money left in the training budget to do that as well. So the only thing is, if we put it
Can't do
in,
that.
hold on, well, we haven't taken it out of anywhere yet, so.
Mhm, right.
The only thing, if we take it out of the training budget instead, we will be limiting $3,000 worth of staff training
There
that
are
can be done.
other
I'm in
places
the
it
middle
could
of
be
talking. Can I
targeted
talk? Thank
Yes,
you.
I'm sorry.
We're limiting $3,000 of staff training and staff development that I wouldn't want to do. When we have a line item of consultant that we could take it out of, or other areas that we could take it out of, we absolutely should, and we can take it out of consultant on this, legally we can. So I think right where it is, and where Valerie's taking it from, I have no objection to that, and I appreciate you doing all the due diligence to getting that set up and working with the consultant to do that.
Okay, if I can just elaborate, the professional development item line is for staff. So we are trustees, we cannot use their money for our training. I believe Director Marshall will be part of the training. She's administrative. So her see, all of these different costs come from different line items. So we really cannot impact the staff's training budget to cover us. This is specifically for the trustees. It should come out of the trustees
and the administration.
line item. She's going to attend, but actually it's parliamentarian training is for trustees. That's why this was designed. I'm just saying, but if you look at the budget for the trustees, I think we have $93 left. So of course the money isn't there. But I'm just saying, and as far as consultants go, the consultants for all the years I've been on this board are utilized through Rich's IT department or also through facilities. So I'm just saying we need to figure out the proper way to pay for this. But the biggest issue
We need
is
to let
that
Director
it was
Marshall
a
do her
verbal, that it was, she's doing her job based on the direction you're giving her. That's what I'm concerned about. Her direction from this board is not necessarily correct. In addition, a verbal agreement should never take place in a library for $3,000 or anything. All agreements should be in writing, they should be approved, and we should know the parameters of an agreement. You don't just pick up the phone and have a conversation. That's a procedure that I think has been dismissed for decades, but we are doing that
Even during
here,
your term.
and we shouldn't be doing that.
Carolyn, where did you see that there's $93 or $97 left in the trustee training?
I looked under variance.
Which page? Which line
I
item?
don't know what item it was. I was
Because I don't
looking
see a
at
line item for that at all. I'm
There's
looking.
more than that.
trust expense.
I don't think it's here,
There's
it's out of the
like $200 or
budget.
$300 left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The
Well,
thing-
I can email it to you. But anyway, my first concern was that. Then my second concern is there was a reimbursement for $174.89 for a lunch for the Chai-Lug Lego Day vendors. Okay, we cannot use tax dollars to pay for our lunches or anyone else's lunches. That is not,
Did you
A
ask what that was
qualified-
about? Have you clarified
Did
what that
you
is?
ask?
that is not, I have the documentation here. And I'm not talking to her, I'm talking to this board who makes all the decisions and she follows the examples we set. What I'm trying to say is that we are not to be using taxpayer dollars for lunches. I mean, it's a common fact. I brought this up years ago, and I mentioned that any non-taxpayer revenues could be used for this. Some places of revenue are the vending machines. I have not heard about what the income is since we have a new company, but all I'm saying is we cannot treat ourselves or vendors
Can we
to
let-
lunch.
Because I don't really know I would like to hear what this is about. I'm not on the same
It's a
page as
receipt
you.
to go to lunch for $174.89.
I would like to ask Director Marshall to
So
explain, please.
my understanding from past practice, every year that we have Lego Day, is that Chai-Lug, which is the vendor that provides the Lego Day activities,
Do they
does
provide
not
it for
charge
free?
us.
Okay.
They do not charge us, and we have provided them lunch in lieu of them charging us. There are several vendors who come, and this is my understanding that it is past practice for several years, that we have provided them lunch because they provide this free service for us for an activity.
And how much was it? $174?
I believe so. I
One
did not look.
74.89 is what
So I
somebody
wonder how
noted.
much it would cost us if they charged us instead.
Okay, that's not the point. So my
Have you
question
told
then
me?
is, what account number would this be charged to? Because it wasn't on here, but there's a notation, it should be youth program.
Yes, youth programs, because it's
So-
for Lego Day.
Okay, but we're paying for lunches out of a program budget. Do you see how this isn't accurate? This isn't the
They
way,
provided a program for the public,
so
so
we could pay for their lunch.
that is how we paid them for providing this service. So we did an in-kind service for them, we paid for their lunch because they did not charge us for providing
So
this
it would
program.
be worth researching past, you said this was a past practice.
Yes,
I
because,
will happily
So,
research
you know,
that.
maybe we can research that, and then if, also please research whether or not that is something that we are able to do or not, and if it's not, we don't do it again, and if it is, then it's much cheaper to buy them lunch than it is to have them come to a program.
well, it's not cheaper, we just need to try to keep our accounting procedures
That's what I
in
said
line.
first, correct?
You know, that's
Right,
more
we're gonna
important.
research if it's
So,
allowable
I
or
wanted to
not.
bring
Thank
that
you.
up, then I had a couple of other things that I noticed.
How am I doing
And it
that?
may help elaborate what Sue Schoenfeld tried to say. I noticed purchase orders in general, and I went through, I don't know how many checks we processed, are created after the invoice date. Now, while a purchase order is vital in records for expenditures, it's useless to create it after the invoice date. I feel like that's just extra work for Lisi, so I'm trying to understand why we even feel that that's necessary. You know, if we have documentation other than that, I don't know that we want to add one more task for Lisi since it's after the fact. Usually a purchase order is created before the items even get here, because that's what you use to compare the shipping information with. So that's one thing I noticed. And then there are purchase orders that are missing account codes, but some have account codes. So there's a lot going on here, and I'm concerned about maybe the process that we have in place that is obviously taxing, and maybe Lisi's role in this is much more than it needs to be because of how she's receiving this information. It's not common that you'd be missing account codes, or you'd have, now one thing I have to admit, we now have what's called a requisition profile report. We did not have that in the past. It was something that was brought up over and over again. And what it does is it creates consistency, so you can understand why something was even initiated. However, even that's not completed. So my biggest concern is that this purchasing process should be reevaluated. It should definitely be electronic, and it should help ease her tasks rather than make them more difficult. Because if all these issues are occurring, there's something not meshing.
So my understanding as far as why account numbers may not be on purchase orders, and I'd have to do more research, but from when I look at the finances myself, the only time they're not included is when a purchase is made from a place like Amazon, which is for multiple departments, and then Lisi writes the account numbers next to which purchase belongs to which account.
Right.
She does that for her own records. We have not changed this process, and we had a very clean audit as of December prior than I got here, so I don't see the need to change the process.
Well, I'm just saying, you need to make sure the process isn't laborious for her. That's what I'm saying. And the situation with the purchase orders missing account numbers were both for the same. They were both for legal fees. So one law firm had an account number, but the other one didn't.
Okay, so I'll look into that.
So what I'm trying to say is there can't be this many mistakes if there's something, if the process really is working for
I
her
have a
instead of
feeling that
against
maybe
her.
they're not all mistakes, maybe they're just the way that Lisi works through things, and she understands exactly what's going on, and she could probably explain it to you.
Okay, documents need to be completed in their entirety if you're going to pass an audit.
Well, we
You
did pass
can't
the
miss-
audit.
we
We
did.
did
You
always
can't-
pass the audit.
Yes, but you know what, if these are the records we keep, it doesn't help us to function the way we should. But obviously,
It
it's
seems
not
that they're
important.
functioning quite
Okay, then my
well.
last comment was about the Visa card purchases. There are many, many of them, and we've been following this procedure for years. Unfortunately, when you look at the check register, you have no idea what really was in that Visa Visa credit card purchase. Is there some way, does Lisi record that information somewhere for her
Lisi
own benefit?
Pulls that information directly from the bank where the credit card is attached. So the spreadsheet is exactly how the bank has it. And then we have all of the supporting documents attached to the credit card report as you see when you review the document. So everything is there and outlined for what it is, but there's no way to get all of the information from all of the POs and everything onto the small spreadsheet.
Okay, so just for clarity, so she has a document that mimics the credit card bill.
The exact document that you see in our, in the same thing with the checks is what is pulled directly from the bank account, the Excel spreadsheet. She just pulls it directly. We don't edit it, we don't change it, we leave it as it is.
So I don't recall seeing a Visa document. It doesn't list all the items.
It's an Excel spreadsheet that is in the front of all of the Visa charges. It's the very first document that's
Oh,
attached
you mean the
there.
paper copies?
The
It's not
paper
in our board
copies. No,
packet?
it's not in the
Okay.
board packet. It's the paper copies.
Okay, yeah, I've never seen that.
Okay.
Okay. Well, these were just the
She could see that if
inconsistencies
she
that I
comes
saw.
in to look at the checks and stuff, couldn't she?
We do have it
Yes.
available. And anytime if you have any questions.
Well, the next time I'm here, I'll just look for it, because I think
Sure.
that would be really helpful.
It is
Okay.
attached.
All right, well, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it.
Sure. And I do have a comment related to managing the budget and the $5,000. In the recently approved and in this board packet delegation of authority, I am able, and I did ask the lawyer that this was legal, to move money around between line items. The budget that is approved by the board is considered a working budget and can be changed based on the needs of the library. So as you can see from our documents, there are some line items where we're well over what was budgeted. There are some items where we're under where we would normally be at this point
Right
in the
now.
year. And so I do use my professional judgment to move things around. And for example, with consultants, before I decided to allocate the purchase for the trainer on Saturday to consultants, I did actually talk to Rich, and he said some of the consultants he planned to use during this fiscal year, we do not have time left to use, and so there is money left over in that line item.
That would make sense.
So I do talk
So
to
thank
the.
you
Oh, I'm
for
not
doing
saying
that.
you don't. What do you
Sure.
think about transferring the money from Rich's consultant budget line item into the trustees? So that
So-
next year, when we're comparing what the trustees spent, that $3,000 will already be there, and it'll help us to know for next year, because it's documented that the $3,000 for this year wasn't enough.
I can absolutely assign that expense to trustees, but then that line item would be over. It doesn't mean our entire budget would be over, but for documenting sake, I have no problem with
Yeah, I
doing
think
that.
that's a good idea.
My question here is, hopefully, this is a one shot, where we have somebody come and consult with us and try and help us figure out how to work together more smoothly than we are. I would not assume it has to be in the trustee budget every year.
Can you also just speak to the fact that you did actually want this training as well for yourself as administration, that it's not just for trustees?
I do also think the training will be good for me and for Margaret and for Cassandra, who has also been invited because we attend board meetings regularly. So I do think it's beneficial for us as well, though it is mainly attended for the board.
Yes. Are we ready to vote on the bills?
Yes, please.
Oh, I have one question. So what was the result of the check for lunch? We're looking into that, and it'll be applied appropriately. Is that what we decided?
What do you mean applied?
The
appropriately?
reimbursement well, it really doesn't even have an account number, but it looks like it's going to come out of the,
We'll
Budget.
look into the validity, and if retroactively something has to
And-
change, it'll be changed.
okay, thank you, that's what I needed.
That's my understanding, is that correct?
Thanks.
Thank you. What Rich was saying, just to share with the board, is to remind me that whenever Lisi puts bills into our billing system, it is assigned to an account, so it may just be not on the paper version, but I will be able to share which account is assigned to which. So, thank you.
So those account numbers appear,
They show everything is done in our accounting system electronically. And on the paperwork, like I said, Lisi may have written it on the second page or in a different spot because some of the purchases, such as from Amazon, come from several different departments when she orders from one vendor. Or Margaret does the same thing for Garvey's when we order from one vendor.
Sure, I
but next
understand,
account.
I know a lot of
Sure.
it is done by hand, but these were generated electronically. And they were missing.
Okay, I'll check in
So
on that.
there's a lot going on.
What, are you
Okay, but
complaining
I
about
can
me?
actually just see it. And
Because
that
I'm
report
whispering
is
to
how it
myself?
then goes from
I'd like
the
her to stop
check
talking while other
to the
trustees
budget
talk.
line item, and that's what you're talking about,
Mhm.
okay,
It's
wonderful.
unprofessional, it's inappropriate.
Because I said, never mind.
Okay, let's take a vote.
Thank you.
Trustee Kadir?
Yes, I approve.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Treasurer Patello?
Yes.
Secretary Rosinski?
Yes.
Vice President Sonko?
No, there's too many questions on too many different lines.
President King?
Yes.
6-1 passes.
Treasurer Battello, would you like to give your report?
Thank you. The financial report for March of 2024. Beginning balance as of February 29th was $13,707,017. Revenue consists of property taxes at $2,037,150. Replacement taxes came in at $24,477. Investment income, $31,101. Passport, $8,932. Pay for print fees, $2,502. Book sales, $800, along with others at $933, for a combined total of $2,105,895. With expenditures, we have employee salaries at $276,451. Employee fringe benefits, $60,148. Social Security, $28,418.
Did you say 28?
I'm sorry, it's
20,000.
$20,418.
Okay, I misheard you, that's why I'm asking.
Sure, thank you for asking for the clarification. Unemployment, 1,540. That's a subtotal of 358,557. Operating expenses, library materials, 53,763. Library operating, 15,196. General and administration, 13,144. Utilities, 2,350. Capital expenditures at 24,180. Building and equipment maintenance, 23,694, for a subtotal of 132,327. That leaves us with a balance from the March 31st balance sheet at 15,328,205. Madam President, any questions from anyone?
I don't.
I have a question.
Yes.
We spoke about hiring a financial analyst. I'm really not sure what that involves, but I know there's different components to, I think, why we're hiring a financial analyst. And Trustee Battello, your input was that because of investments, that this person would be able to clarify investments, or is this person going to be handling investments? I'm not sure what is the purpose of a financial analyst in regards to your request.
Sure. So what I'm going to do in responding to your question is I'm going to ask Valerie Marshall to just jump in with the conversation. So essentially is that with budgeting, with managing of the accounts that we have, I am not a certified financial advisor. I don't have, per se, a degree in finance. So there are items that I'm going to need to consult with, just in terms of, are the decisions being made here in the best interest of the library? And so Valerie and I had a conversation about some of those aspects as well as budgeting. And Valerie, would you jump in?
Sure. So I've requested as the new director, if we get a financial advisor, especially for this budget season, because of the increase in the levy from the past 3 years, as well as the fact that I have not worked at a district library previously. So I have been looking into financial advisors who would charge us under the $5,000 threshold for this fiscal year to advise on the budgeting process as well as potentially advising on investments, per the request of Roberto, because reallocating our investments may give us better income from those investments eventually. And so I would like to seek an expert to assist with this, especially since we don't currently have a business manager.
So, so the portion of the financial advisor regarding the budget is to, I thought we were hiring someone to teach you how to do our budget.
That's the same person. They would do both types of things. They can advise on investments as well as advise on the budget.
So it's someone who's familiar with our budgeting process, our software, and they're going to come in and train you?
Yes, and work with me and work with the department heads to put together our proposal for the budget for the board. The consultants that I have gotten proposals from so far have worked with several area libraries and are familiar with Illinois libraries specifically.
But do they use our software?
They may not need to use our specific software. They're usually familiar with accounting software in general, and they would come in and look at our software with myself and Lisi to be familiar with the reports we send them. And Sikich is also running financial reports that I will give to this financial advisor who would help us to prepare the budget as well.
So are you saying they'll be creating our budget like we've had it, like it's been prepared all these years, or they're going to use their own software and create our budget?
No, so I don't know which software they will use. They will work with us with reports we provide them, likely use their own software to prepare budgets that look like ours. But we also are having the budget spreadsheets from Sikich that are being recommended to us. And we want it to look the same. I'm not trying to change the way the budget looks for this year, so that it's easier for staff to start to work on because we're so close to the budgeting process.
Okay. And my concern wasn't that, actually, my initial concern is not that you're changing the budget process, but yes, that staff has already, and a lot of them may have already started preparing for this budget. So the work they're doing will be able to be funded by whoever this person is.
Yes.
Okay, that's what was, because I was concerned that we would have to retrain all our staff and.
No, I'm not trying to make the
Okay,
process
and I
harder.
didn't understand, there's your portion and then trustee Patello, so I just wanted to get a better grasp. Okay, well, now I understand exactly what we're saying here. Okay, well, thank you for that explanation.
You're welcome.
I have some questions on the consolidated lines, if I could.
Sure.
On the expenditures for salaries, does that include everybody's updated raises and the adjustments that have been done at this point?
At this point, yes, everything has been updated in Paycom, so they're being paid out currently.
Is that for union and non-union as well?
Yes,
Okay, so all the adjustments have been made for
the
salaries?
adjustments have been made.
Okay, and then I would like to bring up, what is that? So one of the things that I saw that we're at 94% when we should be at 75% is local records offsite storage.
Oh.
Is there a cheaper option that we could go with, or something that we don't have to spend as much on? Because we're gonna blow right past that budget.
I can look into that.
Can you tell us, page?
I'm sorry, page 2, and it's the fourth line item up from the bottom, local records offsite storage.
I kind of remember that being high multiple years.
Yeah.
I feel like that's always high.
Okay, well, this being my first
Yeah.
year, if we can
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
work
And
through
don't
that, I
they do
appreciate it.
shredding, Valerie? Don't they hold it for so many years, like 3 years, and they start shredding the paperwork after a while?
We have to give them direction to do that based on our application that's filed with the state library so that we follow records retention policy. Unfortunately, the person who used to do records retention for the library has not been here for a couple of years. And Margaret is actually working on training in that process. So we have not started the process for shredding some of the backlog of items until we're fully familiar, both Margaret and myself, with the process and with the application that's on file so that we maintain records appropriately.
I didn't even know what it
Because
was.
don't they have them on, you
Thank
can
you.
copy
I
them
appreciate
too on CDs and everything, and have them scanned, so you don't have to have all that paperwork as well.
We can do that as long as we are authorized on the application to make physical records electronic, but we're looking into that.
Okay. Another line item that I'd like to look at on page 3, the last line on the general and administration is bank fees. I know, Roberto, you had brought up that some of these banks are charging us a ridiculous amount, and maybe we could look into definitely moving some of that money around, because we're at 96%, so.
I
Just-
did recently move some of the money around. There was one account for the impress checks that would sit at $10,000, which is the minimum that you have to have in the account to not get charged fees, but every time we wrote a check, we would get charged a fee
Oh,
because it would drop below 10,000. So now we've put it at 15,000 so that it does not drop below 10,000 when we actually write a check.
okay. And then lastly, in that same section is legal fees. We're at 123%. I specifically, me personally, my words during the election process was how the last prior board was spending way too much on legal fees, and we needed to bring that down. Now, I know we did have the union contract being finalized and stuff like that, but 123%, we still have 3 months to go. You're looking at 150, 160%. We're going way over budget on legal fees. We were charged $1,200 for our lawyer to sit here at the last time that he was at a meeting with us. We still have phone calls going on for 45 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. We're all guilty of, I'm not saying one particular person, we've all reached out to the attorney at some point or another, and we're just spending money on lawyers at an ungodly rate, and it's just stupid. I said it of the prior board, I'll say it of my own board with you guys right here. It is just stupid to be spending this kind of money on legal fees.
The one thing I'll share with you guys that I asked, I think Valerie for, probably just even this morning or last night, was to see if we could get a report that shows how much was spent on each firm over the last year, so that we can kind of get an idea of maybe where we're gonna go next year with this, because we won't have those fees for the union as much. Just so that because this year is not where I thought we would be for legal fees either. And hopefully we'll be able to bring that down even more next year, but I was interested to see, where the money is, which firm is taking.
I was
More money
under
and
the assumption we were gonna contact Umair, since he is an attorney, just to let him know, blind copy him or whatever. on
Yes, I've been
whatever
copied on
emails.
most correspondence, and the lawyer's been instructed to copy me on his replies. So I do, but there's a lot of stuff that it's just kind of, a trustee has a question, we run into something like we ran into tonight, where we, are we allowed to do this, like paying in? So somebody goes and asks the question, I get a copy on the response, but there's nothing really I'm just getting the information in case there is something that needs to be shared with the entire board. Then I'll send it to Valerie and say, hey, can you share this with the board? But otherwise, it's like, I'm being
Well-
copied so that questions are not being asked.
Duplicate.
And
In
I
duplicate, right?
haven't contacted the attorney in years.
Right.
So you
and
can
I've seen
say not all of the board members are contacting the attorney.
that. Yeah,
So
so,
I stand corrected, not all board members, but a lot of us majority of us have contacted the lawyer at least once in the last 12 months.
I have not.
Can I make a comment about the legal fees?
Yeah.
Trustee Trunko, you mentioned a board meeting cost of $1,200 or $1,700.
It was just under $1,200.
$1,200, okay. Now, what we need to, first of all, we have to have attorney representation. All of you on this board in these new positions of officers may have questions. I mean, it's just part of functioning or operating this library and functioning the best we can. I don't think there's abuse, but as far as a $1,200 board meeting, we need to remember it is our responsibility to control what happens in a board meeting, to try to curtail the endless conversations that kept this attorney here for all those hours, and we're good for that. So we all ourselves need to be more cognizant of when the attorney's here, not to have the meeting go on because of all our personal input. So that's on us. But I just want to say attorney fees are important. I mean, they're a function of the library. Good luck with whatever your plan is or who you plan on choosing, but it still will end up in the same place if we don't take a responsibility on our own.
I'll bring this up when we get to that line item agenda, but there are ways to address this.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'll bring it up in.
And
at that time.
last month was a specific reason for having the attorney here. How long, and he charges for his transportation both ways not just for how long he's here. So you add an hour on the beginning and an hour on the end, because he's not gonna charge you any less than an hour for transportation. So that's why the fee was as large as it was.
His bill is actually 2 from, which is trustee Rosansky's correct, preparation and the board meeting itself.
That's standard.
What's his hourly rate?
I could.
Over 300.
It's like either 325 or 375 an hour. I'd have to go.
I
on my phone and
believe
look.
it's 225. I'm not 100%
225?
correct.
I thought it was
believe
over
it's
300.
225.
Because he also charges you usually 15 minutes, you figure you're paying an hour fee. So it doesn't matter how long you're on the phone with him. You're paying
What are
for
your,
an hour.
what is his increments?
No,
I'll address all
Yeah,
this,
I
I'll address
think,
all
no,
this.
I've seen
Fine,
increments of
address
15
it,
minutes.
but I was told this way in the past, that a 15-minute call will be charged for an hour.
No, on some of the bills that I was forwarded, there's .20, there's .70,
Yes.
there's
Okay, then
.4.
I'm corrected.
Mileage
just
is
going according-
0.45 per mile.
He's charging
No,
his
she-
rate.
Right, I know,
To be
but
by
I'm
the
just
hour.
saying.
Yeah.
Yes, he charges an hour coming and going.
If we're finished with legal fees discussion, I had one more question for trustee Battello. Regarding the bail, okay, this month, it is my understanding that we are going, this month, we're going to charge the library for the payroll error, 13,000 or whatever it's going to end up being. My question is,
Is this something that we cannot be talking about that?
does the
That's for
balance
closed session.
sheet
It's closed session.
already does the balance sheet already include those charges, or will you be creating a new balance sheet and consolidated income statement to reflect this change in the cost for this month?
Sure,
Is
so-
this, are we allowed to discuss this in open session? I don't
It's
think
not
so.
a secret.
Isn't it
No.
closed session? Because it's pertaining to employee stuff?
The details of the situation must be discussed in closed session.
Yes, they should be.
The charges will show up on next month's report as they have not been charged yet.
So we won't, so the consolidated statement and the balance sheet will stay the same, because what I read said something about this month. So how does it show
The
up for next month?
consolidate, if you look at the top of the income statement consolidated, it's for the month of March. These charges
I
will
see
be,
what you're saying.
yeah,
Okay,
this
and
is, we look at board meetings, the end of the
30 days
previous
before.
month.
Thank
Yes.
you,
Would have
thank you
been a
for
good
that.
question to ask before the meeting.
I do encourage trustees, if you have questions, if you ask before the meeting, I would be happy to prepare answers prior to the meeting as well, but I'm happy to look into things.
I
Yeah,
think I
just-
send enough requests to you before the meeting. I don't want to overkill you, okay, but thank you for that suggestion.
Can I just address one point you made real
Please.
quick? So one of the ways to make the meetings go faster is to try to efficiently address as many issues that can be addressed in advance of the meeting.
I
This
do
goes
it
for
all
all
the time.
trustees to do that, and also to save the director's time, so she isn't spending 8 hours a day just talking to us, and, is actually doing what she was hired to do. It would also be helpful if we could consolidate that. So if you've got 7 questions that come up through the course of the week and none of them are urgent, collect them all, send her an email. Sometimes they will be interrelated and stuff. It's a lot easier to respond to 7 questions in an email than it is to respond to one at a time. Because it's more disruptive and, as somebody who
Thank you
bills
for
by
that.
the hour, you set a certain time aside to respond to emails, and it just makes your whole day more efficient, so. That would be a recommendation to all trustees, that if something can wait until, you collected all your questions together, that would be better, probably. Jeff Marshall can-
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I would, again, I'm happy to respond to anything as it comes up, but if you know of it in advance and you give me some time to research it, I do think it would be really helpful, but I'm happy to do it before or after the meeting. I just think that some of the questions, if they're answered prior to the meeting, or I can share with other trustees, don't have to take time during the meeting to address necessarily. But that is, trustees' choice.
Well, also, I think some of the questions that are asked at a board meeting aren't just for our personal interest, it's to inform the public. Again, we're here
Absolutely.
for the public, and the information we obtain, they should be aware of.
I agree.
So that is another way to look at why we ask questions here as opposed to not in a board meeting.
Okay.
Are we ready to move on to the director's report?
Okay, since we were just talking about finances, there is something on page 4 of the income statement that's consolidated that I wanted to bring to the trustees' attention. Under employee fringe benefits, which is the section at the very top, the last line item in that section, life LTD, which is long-term disability, short-term disability, and I apologize, I forget what AD&D stands for,
Accidental
but
death
it's,
and dismemberment.
thank you. I was informed recently by Lisi that this line item was under budgeted by about $6.8 thousand for this fiscal year, which is why it's at 198%. We are unsure why it was under budgeted because it does not, the number that's budgeted for does not compare to what was paid in previous years. So, this line item is going to be over and it's a guaranteed benefit to our staff, so there's nothing that we can do as far as changing that. So I just wanted to
Yeah,
bring that to the attention
I
of
would
the
recommend
trustees.
just reallocating as needed. I
Mhm.
mean, because the overall is at 68% through, 3/4 of the year, we should be at 75, so just, shuffle budget numbers
But
around.
we
as
should,
you need
we
to.
should understand why that's like that, though.
It just was
It was under
somebody
budgeted.
put the wrong number in.
Well, that's what
last
we
time.
need to understand as a board, though, who put that wrong
Yeah,
number
we
in
put
there.
the wrong number in.
Staff
Who
was
knows?
not able to find that answer. I do not know who budgeted this particular line item. I did ask.
Can I just ask
Yeah.
one question? Are we saying it was under budgeted because maybe there were increases and the total that we submitted?
No,
Did it
she's
allow
saying
for
that,
that?
she's saying that in past years, it was always budgeted higher.
Mhm.
For some reason, in this year, it dropped way down.
Oh,
So
okay.
it like, somebody messed it up. We don't know who did mess it up and why
It
and
could have been a
how.
fluke
Thank
accident.
And,
Could have been.
somebody could like have just typed the number wrong and, like keyboard error.
Sure, gotcha. All right, thank
Point
you.
about the
Right.
public knowing certain things like that, this is actually a question that I asked of Valerie yesterday. And so it doesn't mean that because you ask your question ahead of time, that if it's something that people should understand and know about, that it's not gonna be brought to light.
So for the rest of the director's report, another thing that I wanted to bring up since we were talking about parliamentarian training this coming Saturday is I did get a request from one of the trustees to potentially reschedule the training. And I know that I'm not calling for an official vote because this is not something to vote on, but I do want to get a board consensus as to whether we should move forward with the training or reschedule, based on whether the majority of trustees can be available this Saturday.
Well, maybe we should start there.
Uh,
Are we available?
I guess who's able to attend on Saturday and then who, if we were to reschedule, then, right, the question would be like, can we get a date that all 7 of us are available? That's gonna be a challenge too.
And will all 7 of us even come if there is another date?
I would hope that all 7 of us will come.
And the
I'm
training
available
will,
Saturday.
the
I'm
training
I'm
will also
available
be
this coming
recorded.
Saturday or in the future, either way.
I'm available this Saturday.
Okay,
I am not.
okay,
Yeah.
okay,
I'm not.
okay,
I'm not.
okay. So we've got 4 out of 7.
Yeah, I would think I would,
I would hope we would have more than 4,
yeah.
but
So
But we do
are we
have
gonna lose money?
quorum.
We are not, so Valerie did ask if she would charge us to reschedule. She said no. My concern is regardless of what date we pick, I need to know that all 7 of us are gonna be there then if we reschedule. So I need to know trustee Derblick and trustee Schoenfeld if you are going to commit to another date or not.
I would gladly commit to another day.
All right, please give us some dates, then we will work around you.
Okay, I cannot guarantee what day works for me because my weekends are scheduled. So you pick the date and I will make arrangements to be there.
Okay, because I did give you 5 different Saturdays for this option and you said you were not available for any of the 5.
Right, April was not good for me.
And neither was May. The date in May was
I
not good
told
for
you when you emailed me, I could not commit to a date in May at that time.
And you're not able
Okay.
to commit to a date today either. So it's very
No,
difficult.
I have no idea I have no calendar here, I don't know what you're picking. So pick a date and I will move mountains to be there.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I will contact,
Because it doesn't make sense to reschedule if we're not going to be there. That's my concern. I
Does it have to be a Saturday?
don't know.
Is
whatever.
Saturday?
For
the
me, it has
holiday?
to be a Saturday before the summer. If it's gonna be, if it's during the summer, I could probably do an early morning or late evening, but until then, it
And
would
the
have to
longer
be
we
a
wait to
Saturday.
do this training, the longer these meetings are gonna continue the way they are also.
Correct.
Right, yeah,
Well,
that's,
Actually, I don't know about that. Did everyone get a chance to read or look at the attachment that identifies what's taking place at this training? I did. Did anyone else?
I
I
did
did
not.
not.
It appears to be a list of definitions. Honestly, this training process is different than what I had planned for the board when I was president. So this is different.
Okay.
However you
What,
want
include
to,
report?
does it need to be 5 hours of going through all those
It's 3 hours.
definitions?
It's 3 hours, and I'm sure that the handout is just one part of a
So-
3-hour training. That's not
It's
the
probably
whole, she's
the
not gonna
kickoff.
read one handout for 3
No,
hours.
I'm just saying, the
I'm
information she's
I would
presenting.
assume that if you got multiple librarians who signed off on this person, that the person is
And it
good.
was tailored to
Yeah.
our request, because all the trustees were asked to input what they wanted to hear, so.
Can I make a suggestion
That's
of how we can
different,
go
that-
with
and
this?
that in itself is different
Sure.
as well.
Far away.
For this weekend also. We've had plenty of special board meetings throughout the first year of being seated here. We could come up with another Wednesday night and do a special board meeting. It has to be filmed and it has to be done anyway.
The trainer is also coming from about an hour and a half away.
I understand.
Well,
So I don't
others
know
will-
if
So
she
my
can do-
first available
Mhm.
Saturday
Mhm.
will be August 10th.
Okay.
So that's my first available Saturday. I don't have any commitments.
I would prefer a special board meeting.
So a Wednesday
I
evening?
just looked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Well,
Well, summer is
I
approaching.
I
would
have
assume that most
one
of us
day,
have our
and I
calendars
can't
with us.
guarantee it won't fill up.
Wow.
What happened to this Saturday?
I am unavailable. Family obligations came up.
All right, so if we look at May, our board meeting is on
The 15th.
the 15th.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot do the 4th, but I can do the two,
The 4th Wednesday?
no.
The 4th is the
Saturday.
date.
May the
Oh,
4th,
we're not
Saturday,
talking about
yeah.
Saturdays anymore, correct? Because Jason is,
Wednesday nights.
I mean, you could look at Saturdays, I'm just not
Can
gonna
she
be able to.
try
Would
Yes.
another
Wednesday
day
nights?
I have
work
to ask her.
besides
Okay.
Wednesdays?
My weekends until after the kids go back to school, which is August 13th, I could do the August 10th or August 11th. Before that, I cannot commit to.
how about
anything.
Wednesday, May 8th?
I would rather not, but I will.
The question is, are you available?
I
Wednesday,
can
May
be
8th.
available
I am not.
because May 8th is a special
Wednesday, May
day, but I'll be
22nd.
there.
May 22nd?
I could also be
I'm not
there.
available. I'm out of town, or maybe out of town.
Okay, so maybe we need to see the
Yeah.
majority. How many people can be here on the 22nd? How many, because if we're not gonna all be able to be here,
What about the 15th? Or you're
that's
not
the board
available?
meeting,
Oh, duh,
And
okay.
if we're not gonna have.
So why not
everybody
do it
there,
on a Tuesday or a Thursday?
okay?
Let's try that.
I could do the
How are
21st.
Tuesdays or Thursdays?
Thursdays don't work for me.
Thursdays don't work for
don't
you.
work.
Tuesday,
Okay.
May 21st.
Tuesdays don't work for you.
I could do the 21st.
Okay, so
if I-
Sue can't do Tuesdays, we can't do Thursdays, Wednesdays are out.
What about
Oh,
Sundays?
Roberta,
Wednesdays
when
are
do you leave
out?
town?
What about
Where-
what?
I'll be
Sunday.
gone.
Sundays?
Sundays?
15th.
Not until August.
No, no Sundays?
Roberta will be out of town after May 15th, so how about
Can we
a
do before May
Sunday?
1st?
Did somebody say Sunday?
I did say
I said
Sunday.
I'm
No,
not. gonna
not
be
weekends,
available.
not weekends.
On Sundays?
Yeah, Saturdays and Sundays. I have a
Same
lot
here.
of travel
So wait,
stuff going on.
Wednesdays are out or just the Wednesdays you
No,
picked
just the
are out?
Wednesdays that,
Okay.
what about Wednesday, May
May
1st?
29th,
Now trustee Patello's on vacation for
Right.
2
That's
months
why
at some
you
point.
said May 1st.
Yeah, what about Wednesday, May 1st?
hold your horses, Wednesday, May 1st.
I can't do.
I'm unavailable.
You can't do
I'm-
that.
Let's go this way,
I'm
Monday,
ready
May
out.
29th, Monday, May 29th,
Memorial Day.
Memorial Day.
That's the holiday.
and Tuesday, May 30th.
Wait, which one's Memorial Day?
Tuesday, May 3rd.
Wait,
Tuesday is the
that's
28th.
holiday.
Sorry,
It's okay,
sorry.
well, I don't know, I'm thinking it's around there somewhere.
All right, let me just back up, apologies.
Should I send out a survey monkey?
Could you please?
That would be
No,
great.
No, let's decide it here tonight, please.
Well, this is, we're just
We're just
grasping at
grasping
straws, I don't
straws.
have a calendar. Some dates may stick in my head,
I'm available on the 28th of May, which is a Tuesday.
But
after-
Roberta will be gone.
Oh.
Wednesday, May 1st,
I am unavailable, and Sue said she was unavailable.
Friday, May 3rd. That's the Laconia banquet,
Yeah, I can't do
That's the
that.
what banquet?
Laconia.
Take
We're not doing Sundays?
home. Jason can't be here on a Sunday.
Monday, May 6th.
I can do May 6th.
I'm available.
Let's do this. Please, Valerie, take down the dates that we are saying possibilities and then send out the survey so that we can
Yes.
check at home.
Perfect.
Okay, so May 6th.
Monday,
is the
May
first-
6th is a possibility.
Does anyone know that Monday, May 6th is out?
I actually can make that.
Okay, yeah, I think it should.
Doesn't ring a bell, so it might be good.
Okay,
Monday, or Tuesday, May 7th.
Is also fine.
But Sue, you can't do Tuesdays.
I can't do Tuesdays.
We already decided that Wednesday was out, Thursday is out, Friday, May 10th.
Fine.
I'm
I'm
good
fine
with
for
that.
just about
It's my kid's
anything.
birthday.
Okay, Jason can't make it.
well,
It's your birthday.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, May
but
13th.
I'll come on with it.
Monday, May
Follow
13th.
what you're saying.
Fine.
So try for Mondays, it sounds
It
like?
sounds like it, yes. Monday, May 13th, going once.
Yeah.
13.
Yeah.
Okay, because after that, Roberto's gonna be gone. So let's try one of those 2 Mondays.
When did we?
And we have to, of course, assume that Nancy can make it.
I'm
even
gonna
if
miss
it's
the,
Yeah,
The May-
because
essentially
a
May
lot of
15th,
good it is for us
May
to say, yeah, it's good, and it's not good for her.
I'm not sure if she does evenings, but I will ask her.
Thank you.
Otherwise, if we cannot get all 7 people, it will be recorded. Can we at least get 6, right? That would be, you know, if we can't get 7, then at least we can try to get 6, and,
I mean, you could do it with 4 this weekend and then do a second,
We could,
training.
but that's,
right, but then you're gonna pay
I mean,
double.
that's a lot of money for 4 people to be sitting here.
Unless we're gonna have all 7 there, it shouldn't, we should make sure everybody can be included. If it's a trustee training that's that important, we should all make sure we're there.
Right.
Otherwise, we shouldn't, even if one can't make it, we shouldn't.
Okay.
So
Okay,
let's,
I'll take
let's
that.
hope that she's available on one of those Mondays.
Yeah, I think that
Just 6 and
should be our
13.
first question. Is she going to be willing to come on a Monday night?
I will ask her. The challenge is that the training is at least 3 hours long, and I don't know that she would be willing to stay until 10 p.m.
Well,
That is the bigger
we would have to
challenge.
start earlier then. Would everybody be willing to start at 6?
I could start.
Certainly, I would
could
try to
start
start
at
at
5.
5
I could
if we
start
need
at
to.
5:30 if needed.
Yes,
5:30?
5:30 or
Okay.
6 is fine
As
with
long
me.
as I have a notice, I can,
Yes,
Okay.
otherwise,
I mean,
yes.
the
if
earlier
we're
the
used-
better, honestly. if we can make it.
Seriously, I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
All right,
for,
thank you.
So May
Thank
6th and 13th are the 2 dates?
Those are the 2 days I'm looking into. Yes.
Okay.
And we will postpone, so I will not be putting up an agenda for this Saturday.
Thank you.
I do have, everything that is in my director's report is written out. Is there anything that anyone had questions about, since that is available to the public?
I just had, are we up to, like, can I ask monthly programming statistics since that's covered under you as well?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, I have questions too.
Okay, on page 22, on monthly statistical report, there's a line for other, which is down 64.88%. I apologize for not sending this over earlier, but if we could find out what other is and clarify that, I'd really appreciate it.
I have the patient.
I did 22.
22,
I'm sorry,
I'm
I was
looking.
sorry,
I
22.
got mine mixed up, so I have to look for
If-
22
if-
again.
In that new packet that they gave you right here, it may be on this.
Oh, the
right
new
here.
one?
You think
It
it's
may-
on this?
It may be on the front page. Yes, right, right here, other,
Okay, thank you for mentioning that.
no
It's
problem.
under patrons.
There's also the district cards removed, deleted and changed, was down 67.58%. What are we doing as the last gasp to try to keep people with their library cards and keep them interested in the library without losing their library cards?
So district cards removed is actually people no longer wanting their library cards, so that's a good statistic for us. These are less cards removed than the previous year.
Oh, so it's
It's a plus.
It's a
it's
plus.
actually a plus,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
Why
And
would
then
you forfeit a library card? That's just
I think that's it for me on that.
Why would you forfeit a library card?
Well, if they moved away
Yeah.
Or they died?
and so their card has expired. expired, that's when we remove them from the system.
For example, my
I don't
husband,
want my library card.
my husband's library card has been gone
Can I just do something?
many years.
Unincorporated
Oh,
displays.
I had one more, I'm sorry, Sue, I did have one
I'm
more.
sorry,
That's-
I apologize.
No, no worries. Under library programs on page 28, I just had a question about the whole actually section here. Number of programs, let's just take, for instance, desk games, it says 1. And it says attendance in person 111. Did we have 111 people attend a one-time session of this? Or is it one program that ran all month and there was 111 people in there?
Because this is a self-directed activity,
Oh,
that means it's called a passive program
Yeah.
usually, so it's usually over time. I don't know the exact time
Yeah.
frame for this,
Okay.
but it is unlikely that it was over one day.
So then, like, if we go, oh, sorry.
I
No, go
was
ahead.
just gonna give an example of something like, you know, that tank, the I Spy tank, and that's one of those.
Okay, perfect. I just used that as an example because it was a large number with a 1. Same thing, so homework help under, on same page, homework help kids 6 to 11, number of programs 6, attendance in person 9. Is that 9 per time or is it 9 total
No,
for
that's
6
total.
sessions?
That's
Total.
nine total.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I'm trying to make sure that I'm reading this correctly.
Sure.
So yeah, the last thing I saw was over here on the same page, was the preschool daycare liaison classroom visits. I saw we were going to a bunch of different stops. And Read Across America was Washington. I believe that is in District 64. I spoke, because I was on a task force for District 64 recently, and they are not getting the support that we think they are. I mean, they're getting support from the Park Ridge Library. I'm not going to say they aren't, but they would love to partner with us, considering that they have so many Niles families in their district, and we're not doing anything. And I've brought this up multiple times before you were even here, that we need to focus on District 64 as well. I'm a Niles resident. My kids go to District 64. It's Park Ridge Niles School
Well,
District.
at least 3 of us here live in 64.
Yeah, so, it's important that we start reaching out to that school district and seeing, and I can facilitate that if we need some assistance with that.
Thank
I'll
you.
be more than happy to help.
There may be a consideration that we need more staff in order to do more outreach. I will talk to Ariane
Because
about putting that into her budget
outreach
proposal,
was cut so
potentially.
much because of lack of staff.
Mhm.
So, yeah, she's the best person to talk to.
Mhm.
could we get some data to justify where our staff are during the, I don't know, even week, to see what's happening that we don't have staff to go to these outreach programs, yet we have such a decline in the library. So I'm at a loss to understand what's transpired to keep our staff so occupied. So if you could get us some data, because again, that would have fallen under this great reevaluation of staff and tasks, to be able to schedule them according to patron needs. So whatever you can do to help us understand it, I appreciate it.
I understand it.
I understood
I don't
from
feel
what
the
I
need for more
read
data.
in your report that because of at least one outreach program where they took the little tickets for the treasure box, they had quite a lot, over 50 people come in with their kids. And if they come in because of the treasure box, this probably won't be a one-time deal.
That's a perfect example of how you use outreach to get people into the building. And getting them into the building. It's like, I don't know if you've had a kid that's in Scouts and they maybe don't like it so much until they go camping and then they don't want to quit. It's the same thing. You get them into the building and then they don't want to quit.
Exactly.
So I trust my department heads to schedule their staff for the needs of the department as well as the needs of outreach requests. In children specifically, we have specialists for different age groups, and planning programs takes a lot of effort, as well as covering the desks and doing outreach. And whenever someone calls out or has vacation, we need coverage in the building for them as well. So there are many different things that people work on. We don't do desk audits because that takes up more staff time to take
We have
that
to be able to
information.
justify
But
what we're
We
doing.
gotta have a balance.
When I read this report, they talked about the kids I believe it was third grade at the one school, were doing some section pertaining to fairy tales. And our person went there, they did a fairy tale type of thing, whatever it was. And that's when I said they gave them tickets to come use our treasure box. And when I read it, I don't remember, it was between 50 and 60 kids came in with their parents. That's 50 or 60 kids that wouldn't have normally come in here on their own. You know, they come in because they got this little trinket that really doesn't cost the library much, is a huge thing.
I also trust the staff to make those proper decisions.
Exactly.
I do it in my daily job, so I know that take a lot into consideration when we make those arrangements.
But I know it stated how they were doing a special section on fairy tales. So I would assume that the outreach person customizes whatever program they're doing according to what is requested. So it's not just like, here, one shot, it's for everybody. They have to customize it somewhat for each group.
The other thing is, this is something that's going to be difficult to quantify, I would say, Carolyn, because
What would be difficult to quantify?
to your success rate at outreach, right?
Oh, I'm not looking for success. I'm just trying to figure out with the number of staff we have based on their tasks, who's where, when, that we can't
Okay.
get outreach accomplished.
Okay, I thought you were asking for success rates.
No, but thank you.
According
I
to
appreciate
the
your
report
input.
I read, we are getting some outreach accomplished. So to say we're not getting it accomplished is a false statement.
But a lot of schools have own libraries.
Right, and I think that
We're
it was
supplementing.
alluded to earlier tonight that, or maybe this was, I'm getting confused if it was here or somewhere else, but, you know, kids have libraries in their schools, true, but they don't have unlimited resources, as Mr. McCullough seems to think in his comment. School budgets for libraries are not that big, and they get cut almost first when things have to get, well, no, we don't all know about that, exactly, but from my experience, working in school libraries, the budgets are not that big. And the school librarians are now called media coordinators. They're not
Right.
focusing on books and things. And also, there isn't, you know, kids are not in the schools in the summers, they're here. So it's not one or the other. They need to be introduced to the library because maybe their parents don't bring them here. So that if their school can get them in here, then they know where to go back in the summer. It's not one or the other. They're not exclusive. They should be working
They're
together.
complementary.
Yes.
Yes.
Are we ready to move on from this topic?
I have a question for the director's report.
Sure.
You mentioned that you're going to contact DMP Photo.
Yes.
My question to you is, what hours would this photo, I guess it's a booth, yes, photo booth be available?
At all times. It's a standalone photo booth that has its own credit card machine.
And our staff doesn't have to take the picture, they just go in there and do it themselves?
Absolutely. So it's no staff
Wonderful.
cost
Genius.
whatsoever.
I know you mentioned that, and I'm
Mhm.
thinking staff don't have to interact or
They,
get the...
they have to cut the photos, but it's a very minimal
Sure,
effort
sure.
for them. So it's a cost saving as far as something that patrons are really asking for, and we actually get money back from
Yes.
the photo booth
It's
company.
a great idea. I know last time we talked about having a photo booth, it would have been intense for staff. They would have been taking the photos and
Yeah.
it was like this long process. So
Mhm.
this is a great idea. Well, thank you.
Of
That's a
course, we're
wonderful
really
idea.
excited about it.
Yes, so much.
Yeah, hopefully, this will work out the same way our passport services, and we are earning quite a bit of money off of passports, will work. Even though we have had in the past and still have naysayers about it, we are earning money for our passport service.
Taylor, I have a couple questions.
Yes.
In reference to community engagement, I have a question in total for the total eclipse of the library. I have a question in terms of why didn't we host a live eclipse showing and have a science teacher from a university or one of the schools to come out to interact with the event? Rather than giving out goodie bags, what was the purpose of a goodie bag if we didn't really do anything? And why was it at the Niles Historical Society as well? Because why were we working with the Niles Historical Society when we could have had all the goodie bags here and had a large doing for the Eclipse demonstration, we could have had and reached out maybe to Nassau or did some kind of community event where that could have drawn in a lot more people.
I'm not sure why that wasn't considered. I do know that all of our goodie bags were given out, and the library itself got a grant from the Space Science Institute for the glasses, so we were not involved with the Historical Society as far as what they got. In the future, partnering with them for other programs would be an excellent idea. We did have a few patrons, but not very many here on the day of the eclipse, and staff were outside sharing glasses so that people could see it.
Because Rich could actually been on the rooftop and he could actually did a live demonstration.
You see his eyes open up like that? Where's my name on it?
So something I do want to.
44, here it comes.
She's seen his eyes.
I'm just thinking because Nassau is such a big situation where they could actually bring in a lot more people and we could have had maybe a spacesuit. We could have had all these different things going on.
It was only 94%.
That's one of the reasons why
Yes,
we're not
and
in
I
the path
saw
of
it, and
totality.
my daughter
So a lot of
was
people
100%.
traveled to where there was
Mhm.
totality because it was only like a couple hours
Unbelievable.
drive.
I could show
Although
you.
honestly, in our area,
Yeah,
there were
I have
people
people-
along
I know
We didn't do
Milwaukee
anything at the
Avenue
Swains
out of
either,
their
just so
cars.
you
I'm
know.
like,
No, I
geez,
know,
you're
but
really into this.
My brother-in-law lives in the path of totality.
So Valerie,
Yes. But it's a great idea for the future for partnering.
Yeah.
And one thing I do want to highlight is Todd in the Digital Services Department. He got a special machine. There's actually a blog post about it that he's done, or I'm sorry, not a blog post, I can't remember the name of it. What are they called, Rich, when you talk into the microphone and
Podcast?
Podcast, thank you. He did a podcast with this special machine where people who are blind could experience the
Yes,
eclipse
I heard
through
about that.
sound.
That's
And
phenomenal.
it was amazing, so I
That
want
is
to
cool.
congratulate him for that. It was really, really amazing.
That's
So we
cool.
did do that special event for a part of the community that doesn't always get to experience the eclipse.
Great,
cool.
yes.
Perfect,
Yeah.
thank you. And then I have a couple more questions.
Sure.
I'd like to see the library have like a book sale.
Mhm.
I know with Discover Books being closed,
Mhm.
and we're going to be using the Thrift Books as an independent company.
Mhm.
I just feel that maybe we can actually have a book sale and promote a 2-day event where they can have half-price books on Sunday
Mhm.
and then incorporate for holiday treasures, like maybe having children's books, games, cookbooks, etc.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Because we
Can you
used
do this? Are you talking new books or used books?
used books.
Okay, because we do technically have still the book sale, because it was in the report again, how much we got from the book sale.
Yeah, like 800 bucks, I think.
I'm actually
But-
gonna
but-
have
but-
Victoria address this, because she just said she has that in her plan.
But an interaction, have the whole library be a part of this.
Like a larger scale book
That's what
sale.
we're doing, because when we stopped taking
Finally.
donations, because there was nowhere to put these books, it's a
Mhm.
worldwide problem, universal problem for getting rid of different kind of materials. So instead of taking donations, we would do where the community can bring their donations in, and then we'd have a large sale involving the whole community.
Right, but I mean, it would be great for at Christmas time, so then people can come and visit our library and take part in it.
We'd only
and-
have the ongoing sale.
Right,
Yeah,
all
but
the
that
time.
doesn't drag,
But that
that's not
doesn't drag in
attracting
a lot of people.
Right, but we would do a larger scale, and we do at Christmas time, we do advertise that, and we also do a Christmas in July,
Mhm.
so we can make that a larger event.
So you're requesting a biannual larger scale?
Well, something
book sale?
larger, and
Just
then
a-
maybe you
Like a
could have,
special
you
weekend.
could have like a
Yeah.
demonstration or
Christmas
something,
in
like maybe
April.
cooking or something,
About
and bring the,
Hanukkah
draw
sale.
in the
Well,
community
no,
to see what you have.
We did that at the Schiller Park Library, and people really liked the larger
Yeah,
scale
well, it
book
gets
sale. so
people
it's-
together.
it
Can I
does.
just get one clarification from Victoria? So when you have this, people are gonna be walking in that day, bringing their books to sell?
No. We're gonna
Okay.
have like, to help people, because we're not taking regular donations,
Mhm.
because the books they're
Right,
giving us are not the
garbage.
quality that we get, yeah. And so we're gonna provide this service where they bring the large bins, and the community can bring those in, and we'll have those taken with the company that we're working with to either resale or discard. So it'll be provided to the community a specific time where they can bring their donations in.
But that's not part of having a
No,
book
these-
sale in the
these would be,
library?
Not simultaneous, but events that mirror each other. So we'll do like a biannual collection of books, and we can do a biannual sale.
Okay, I see what you're saying. And as far as this sale, which I know is an awful lot of preparation, that used to be something that the Board of Trustees participated in. I thought to help all this preparing and whatever I don't know what your theme is gonna be or how you're gonna sell these books. People do it by the bag. I mean,
Yeah,
libraries do.
we'd have to brainstorm that and
Mhm.
work with the departments for programming, so the adult and, so this is something that we can put on our agenda for the next supervisor meeting, Valerie,
Mhm.
and brainstorm it from there.
Okay, and I'm saying I think the trustees could volunteer as well to help the day of the event or whatever you do this.
Yeah, we can definitely.
I was gonna actually suggest that because this takes up so much staff time that Suzanne, I'd be
Yes.
happy to work with you on this project.
I would have no problem volunteering.
And Taylor, one more quick question.
Sure.
I apologize. But Todd had the opportunity to attend the Computers Library Conference in Arlington, Virginia.
Mhm.
Can you please give me some actual background as to what he actually collaborated from these actual conference and what future libraries can actually present to our library here to make it a better place?
I can ask him to make sure that report is part of next month's board packet,
Thank
that
you.
he reports about his experience.
Right, I mean, just in general for everyone, just because they're going on conferences, we would need to know exactly what they're bringing forth to the actual library to make it a better place. So maybe we can actually put best practices together so we can actually collaborate that.
Oh, of course, and just so everyone in the public knows, several staff went to the Public Library Association conference this past month. We did not have enough time to prepare our reports for this board meeting, so they will be in next board meeting.
Fabulous.
And we are working on a plan for staff who attended PLA to do training for other staff within the library. We just have not had a chance to have that
They
meeting
actually
yet.
discussed that at the
We did.
conference. They were so excited about what they were learning. They said, we have to do a lunch and learn, or we have to do something when we get back.
Yes, so we do
Cool.
have plans for that, to bring the benefits back to the library.
Nice.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Very, very quickly.
Yes.
One of the things, and it's too soon to do it now, it's coming up too quick, but the Village of Niles is a community-wide garage sale day, weekend, which is this year, May 17th through the 19th. So maybe next year we look at doing that and participating in that as far as the book sale goes. I think that's a good step of moving forward and partnering with the Village of Niles. Something, Sue brought up is a very valid point. We could have did an event here. That was one of the things that really excited me about when you came on was, and I know it happened as you're going through, so I'm not saying you should have jumped on that, but moving forward, like those are the things, the outside the box thinking, the new programmings, not just keeping people coming in the four walls, but programs that we put that are outside the four walls. This could have been our parking lot, and we could have did a great job with that. And the last comment that I just want to make is, on that same topic, Niles is getting ready to celebrate their 125-year anniversary, so if we could have somebody reach out to the village, I'm sure it's probably Katie Schneider over there at the village, and seeing what we could partner and how we could partner and make sure that the library's part of that, because I think it's very important that we start piggybacking and working together with the village, with the park district, so that way we could, we're 3 different taxing entities, but we're in the same village. And without working together, it's not gonna be, we're just gonna be working on our own, and we shouldn't be.
We do have a partnership with them for various other programs, but I really appreciate, because the trustees have been in this community or members of the community, any of these suggestions so that I can bring them to the staff, especially since I'm new to working here. I really appreciate that.
I would guess that Mary Kate probably has it on her radar, but it's not a bad reminder.
All right, new business? Or communications?
Communications. Serving our public, right, Hillary?
Yes. One moment. Okay, So under communications, we have chapters 3 and 4 of the Serving Our Public 4.0 standards for Illinois Public Libraries. As I have done at my previous library, and I believe in a previous meeting, I will just go over the checklist for each chapter. So chapter 3 was related to standards for personnel, and the checklist at the end of that chapter says the library has a board-approved personnel policy, which we do, and we are also scheduled to be reviewing it in the near future. Library has staffing levels that are sufficient to carry out the library's mission. That is something we'll be discussing during the budgeting process and the strategic planning process as well. So that is coming up in the near future, though we do not have specific dates for the strategic planning process. The library has job descriptions and a salary schedule for all library positions. Currently, as was in my director's report, the non-union job descriptions are being assessed by HR Source. They're being benchmarked. So we have updated all of them recently. Cassandra and myself have updated all of them, and they've been sent to HR Source for review, or they will be this week. And then the job descriptions and salary schedule are periodically reviewed and revised as needed. Our salary schedule, I believe, is 2 years old, so it does need to be reviewed as well, and I will work on that and bring that to the board for approval after we get benchmarked from HR
Doesn't that have something
Source.
to do with you're talking non-union?
Non-union,
Oh, okay.
non-union. Yeah, the union has been done and is in the
I
contract
was
for
gonna
3
say,
years.
union, we're kind of
Yes,
stuck.
we have our union contract for 3 years, but for non-union staff, once we benchmark those positions, I will present a new salary schedule based on the benchmarking recommendations of HR Source. The library's hiring practices are in compliance with EEOC guidelines and the Americans with Disabilities Act. Yes, we do follow those laws. Library salaries and fringe benefits account for up to 70% of total operations budget. I believe so, and again, we will assess that during the budgeting process. Library gives each new employee a thorough orientation. That is true, and Cassandra has been really helpful in updating that process and working with our department heads to make sure that that is standardized in the departments. The library evaluates staff annually. Yes, we are doing that, and we have caught up with evaluations related to union staff. So we are on track with evaluating staff in a timely manner. Library staff and administration attend local, regional, state, and national conferences, which we just talked about, hooray.
And yay, I'm glad we're doing it again.
And
We're
staff are
meeting the
really,
standards.
staff are really appreciative. We really did have a good conference, and we are bringing those benefits back to the library. As well as training workshops and seminars where feasible. Library provides staff access to library literature and other professional development materials. We absolutely do. Public library trustees and administrators are aware of federal, state, and local statutes and regulations relevant to personnel administration. Again, Cassandra is an excellent help with that, with her expertise in human resources. And the library complies with state and federal laws that affect library operations. We absolutely do. And whenever we have a question, we contact the lawyer.
Yes, Roberta.
Valerie, I have a question with regards to the evaluation of staff.
Yes.
My question, whether it's you or Cassandra, what is the situation with new hires?
Mhm.
How often do they get evaluated?
Go ahead,
Oh,
Cassandra.
excuse me, every 30 days. So for a new hire, every 30 days they get evaluated, after 60 days, and then probation period ending at 90 days. So
I'm
it's,
sorry, I couldn't hear the probationary period.
90 days is the probationary period for a new hire. So every 30 days within their new hire date, they're evaluated for performance.
And then beyond the probationary period, it's annual.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions for chapter 3? No. So chapter 4 is related to access. And the checklist at the end of that chapter says the library provides the right amount of space of the right kind to meet the provisions of its long-range strategic plan. Again, we will work on the strategic planning process in the near future, though we don't have dates for that. I do know that Rich is very conscious of our spatial needs. He's working on replacing some lights in certain areas, for example, to make sure that access is better for people who have lower vision accessibility. At least once every 5 years, the board directs a review of the library's long-term space needs. I am not sure if or when this has happened, but that is a
It's
recommendation of the
It's been
standards.
quite a while.
So that is something we might want to consider during the strategic planning process. The staff are familiar with the requirements contained in the Americans with Disabilities Act and work to address deficiencies in order to provide universal access to all patrons. I do know that especially, again, Rich and his staff are aware of these. We make sure that, for example, our aisles are spaced correctly for accessibility to mobility devices. We're working on lighting and things of that nature. The library, including branches or other service points, is located at a site that is determined to be most convenient for the community. I think our building is beautiful and very accessible. The library provides adequate, safe, well-lighted, and convenient parking during all hours of service. Again, our building staff is really paying attention to our parking lot. It is very safe and well-lit. The library has the minimum required number of parking spaces, as far as I'm aware. The library's entrance is easily identified, clearly visible, and well lighted. The library has an identifying sign clearly visible from the street. Additional signs guide users from arterial streets to the library. The library has adequate internal signage. We are considering putting signage into our budget for next year in the marketing department, because we have gotten feedback from staff and patrons that we could use more signage to direct people. So we absolutely are going to be working on that. The library's lighting levels comply with lighting standards, yes, and we're always paying attention to that and working on it. All signage is in compliance with applicable federal, state, and local regulations, yes, and there are trainings that staff can take as far as accessible signage related to the color of the font, the size of the font, that type of thing, and making sure that if there are photos, there's also captions, for example. The library building supports the implementation of current and future telecommunications and electronic information technologies, absolutely. The library has sturdy and comfortable furnishings in sufficient quantity to meet user needs. And we did just thank you to the board last month for approving the purchase of furniture that was in our budget to move forward with that. Space is allocated for child and family use with furniture and equipment designed for use by children. I think our children's space is phenomenal. People seem very happy with it. The library has enough shelving and other types of display and storage to provide patrons with easy access to all materials. Something I have talked to staff about, and I believe I mentioned in my interview process, is trying to get shelving for the bottom part of shelving units that angles upward so that it's more easily accessible for staff and patrons. So we are starting to look into that for the budget process for next year as well. It's going to be a proposal. And shelving in the areas serving young children is scaled to their needs, which again, yes, we do have that. Are there any questions related to this? And then I did include also in communication at the last board meeting, this was discussed in executive session as part of the expectations of my position as director, but the policy itself for the delegation of authority to the executive director was approved after closed session in open meeting. And this is the final version of that policy after edits were made by trustee Kadir.
And all my edits were sent with track changes in an email sent by Valerie. So anyone who's concerned that I didn't completely rewrite this thing can go and check out the track changes and see that I added commas and added the word may and check, fixing grammar and stuff like that. So nothing significant.
That's the end of my report.
Thank you very much. Just give me 1 second, because I think I'm looking at the wrong copy of the agenda. No, I'm looking at the right copy. Okay, thank you. So 10A new business is discussion about hiring a recording secretary to transcribe minutes for past closed session meetings of the Library Board of Trustees. So this is on the agenda because there are a lot of meeting minutes that we don't or can't find. And a lot of meetings in the last year. So we need to either have the secretaries that were responsible at the times of those meetings come in and take care of those minutes, or find them, or another idea was to have someone come in and listen to the tapes and transcribe them for us, because
And get
there's
us
a
caught
mountain
up.
of them. So it's just up for discussion of the board on how we want to resolve this
What's
issue.
that gonna cost?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Valerie, I think you looked into finding people and you couldn't even find
I've
someone.
gotten 2 potential vendors. I don't have the quotes with me because I was not sure if as a board I was moving forward with this or not. That's why it's on the agenda.
Can't we do this via like some automated process? Like, you know,
It would
my
be,
voicemail comes in and it gets transcribed for me.
Because you're one individual with one voice that it's accustomed to. Imagine some transcription machine trying to pick up all, and we talk when everybody else is talking. I don't think it would work. I tried to get that introduced when I was president, and when I searched it, those were some of the setbacks.
I would say if somebody was an officer of the board or is an officer of our board and that was their responsibility, they need to take responsibility of fixing that.
You mean
We're talking about spending
Trans-
taxpayers' dollars silly, I mean.
I agree. I thought
transcribing?
we were in the meeting that we were supposed to do my share and Patty was doing her share.
I
If they've been done, I'm not aware of that, so.
I haven't done mine, I'll be honest. After talking to the attorney and back and forth, I wasn't quite sure at one point I thought less is more. Thought we just have to say union negotiations were discussed. But since then, I've heard you should put bullet points, so that way if legally we're called on it, we have it written down.
Right.
I was told in the past, we weren't supposed to put names in our report, closed session. I've been told more recently, yes, it doesn't mean you don't put names in there. If it's something that you can explain this, that not every report has to be passed to be opened.
Okay, so the requirements for having minutes for closed session they're supposed to be by law reviewed every 6 months by the board, and the board can vote whether or not those minutes will be open to the public or maintain closed to the public because of the sensitive nature of what is discussed in closed session. But the minutes for closed session are supposed to resemble the minutes for open session, where enough detail is available if there's ever a court case or a PAC request for that information, that it has the information so that if and when the board decides to destroy the verbatim recordings, which can be done after 18 months upon board vote, then we have the minutes. We are required to either keep the recordings or have minutes, and the minutes we are supposed to have. This is according to the law. And so the minutes, again, they're supposed to have detail of what was discussed in case there is ever a court case or a PAC review request.
I'm sorry, I missed it. So after 18 months though, we either destroy the tapes or the minutes and it's all gone?
You cannot destroy the minutes. You have to have minutes in order to be able to vote to destroy the verbatim recording.
So, but if you don't have minutes, can we just,
Destroy.
can we just like keep the recordings and that, you know, like not have minutes? Is that legal?
That I would have to ask the attorney. My
No,
understanding
do that.
is
No, because according to law, every 6 months, we're supposed to prove that we reviewed them. So we're not doing that either, and I think that's supposed to go to the state. They're supposed to be aware that we're following this process.
Yes.
it doesn't have to go to the state, it just has to be in our minutes saying that the review happened. That's
Oh, is that it? Okay,
just
so
has
we're
to be
not obligated
documented.
to
Yeah,
inform
see,
them?
and
No.
that's what I
Okay.
say, in the past, I was led to believe, and Carolyn can say if she was led to believe the same thing or not, because she was on the board at the same time I was, that we should keep sensitive information out of it, such as names and so on. But what I'm being told now is, no, we just never vote to open it.
That's the choice of the board. The board
Well-
can choose whether to open it or not.
Because
But,
in the
uh,
past, we would vote to pretty much, okay, open it so we don't have to deal with it anymore.
At my previous library, I've never seen a vote where they opened the minutes because of the sensitive nature of what was discussed in closed
Right.
session. That's the purpose of the review every 6 months. You look at the minutes, determine whether or not they're sensitive enough to keep closed, and that is a board determination. But they do have to be detailed enough, again, so that if there's ever a PAC review or a court case, but there's no verbatim recording, that it can still be determined what was discussed about whom, if there are financial details, that type of detail.
Okay, so you have the legal knowledge of what we need to do. We have multiple meetings across the last 3 years that need to be done. Can we somehow all agree, the people that are responsible, to get this done in like the next 60, 90 days to get them all done?
I honestly cannot tell you I can get all of mine done in 90 days.
Can I,
Hold on 1 second. We will be in violation then for a second time of not having. it
We've
done
been
for
in
6 months.
violation for quite a while.
I'm talking about this exact board that's seated right now. We will be in violation for a second time come May 17th, that we haven't reviewed these, because that would be the second 6 months that we were on the board. So we need to have some sort of timeline or agreement, or we have to spend taxpayer dollars on something that 2 officers of the board, or boards, should have completed, and it's not done.
Make a
Can I-
suggestion for Patty,
can I
And then-
interject?
just maybe to make it easier for yourself, or even for you too, if you still have to go through this, I don't know, maybe sit with Valerie for 20 minutes to look over the way that, if they're supposed to resemble open meeting sessions, and then when you're doing it, have a copy of open minutes with you so you can make comparisons to the notes that you're taking, and also maybe, like, I don't know, I would wish I could sit down and help you guys, but like,
Some of
make a
us-
schedule for yourself where you come in once a week for the next 20
I
minutes
c-
until it's done.
I
don't know.
have, do you have any clue how many I have
No, do you, can you
since
tell us
I've
how
been
many?
secretary?
Can you tell us how many are yours, just yours?
Me?
Mm-hmm. How many are you?
Well over
responsible?
12,
Okay, so that's.
because
that's
we've
not
been having
100.
closed session, closed session,
Okay.
closed session.
Can I just interject, I sort of, okay. As far as how this process should be remedied, I do believe Sue Schoenfeld should type hers and Patty should type hers. But I think in order for them to even begin this process, there needs to be a template for them to use to know what needs to be typed and what's important. I mean, I've had conversations when I was president with the attorney, and there is a format that you follow. But as far as how much information, too much or too little, that's on us as a previous board. We tried to minimize the information we put on here, so now they're sterile, and they are not up to standard to need any PAC review, or should there be litigation. And as far as the names of individuals in certain situations, we did agree that we would no longer use full names, but initials. And then when we review them, after so many years pass, these people are no longer either part of the library, or maybe we're aware they're out of the community. We may have voted to then publicize them. So there are a few parameters that we can follow, but I think for starters, these two need to have a template to get them started. But I don't know what it's summer's coming up, I don't know what their schedule is, but can you do one per week?
I can make an effort to get as much done. First of all, I have to figure out, like I was talking to Rich, as far as typing them, might be an issue. Because I don't have a regular computer. If I have to go buy a laptop, I guess I'll buy not a laptop, laptop, I guess I'll buy a laptop.
No,
Right,
absolutely
okay,
not.
do it here.
We can provide
Can she get,
laptops here.
Mhm.
We have laptops here.
But I can work on it.
okay, but
And
I think
I'm
we need to
just
stay.
saying to expect all of them, because I don't know for sure, but I know it's well over 12
Okay, but
since I've been secretary.
My
Okay.
recommendation is that as long as they're being worked on, and that can be told to the board that they are consistently being worked on, we don't necessarily have to set up parameter. As long as we have records showing at the board meetings, like, we have worked on this many hours of closed session meetings at one time potentially, just because I do also think there are many hours of closed session meetings that need to be transcribed, and I'm not sure how long that will take. And as far as a template goes, I think that's difficult only because of different things are discussed
No,
during
I'm
the meeting.
saying the date of the meeting, the name of the trustees. I mean, there should be.
Oh,
a-
sure, like
a
the open
standard.
session meeting.
Like
But
this.
back to allowing, we've been wrestling with these minutes. Way back in October, we gave trustee Rosansky the opportunity to take them home.
I never have taken them home.
But anyway, I'm not condemning you. And what I'm trying to say, in a year before that, we still hadn't had these done. So I think it is important for us to come up with a schedule, because we have got to be able to say, you can do 1 in 2 weeks. That should be the progress we look for. I don't want to have a meeting again in 3 months and find out, well, we're working on them. I mean, I think it's time now. Yes, unfortunately, you need some type of schedule, because this whole board is I'm going to be just as responsible for these not being done as the 2 that need to do the work. So I'd like to see some sort of schedule implemented. I don't want to belabor this, but something 1 in 2 weeks, or I don't know what your schedules are. But do you think that's impossible to request?
I
mean, I
feel
don't know.
comfortable, I feel comfortable with both of you. If you are giving us your word at this meeting, I don't personally feel that I need you to give me a schedule of how you're gonna work on it. If you can come to next month's meeting and you have 1 or 2 meetings done for us, we're
Okay.
gonna know that we're making
And
progress.
realistically,
That's a
as far
gauge.
as
At
I'm
least it's a
concerned,
gauge.
since there are so many, I will start with the oldest, because those are the ones that are most important to get done.
Well, Patty, or I would recommend for your sake, do the soonest, so at least they're fresher in your mind, so you don't beat yourself up.
I don't know, Val, do you feel it's more important to get the earlier ones done? I mean, I have to sit there and listen to this silly recording anyway, so what difference does it make?
Or whatever works for you.
I'm just saying
Suggestion.
legally, since you're telling me I'm your legal issue, isn't it better that I do the older
I
ones?
agree, I
I
agree.
would say do May through November 1st, and let's get those 6 months of compliance first.
So I want to offer,
That's my time,
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah, that's what I mean.
so I want to offer my assistance to getting these minutes recorded. So for better or worse, if my assistance is needed, I'm willing to help out with
Thank
that
you.
process. I don't know that that's allowed, but I'll volunteer to help out.
Thank you.
You're a
I
trustee.
don't think that it's not allowed, yeah, that would be great,
Yeah.
thank you. Valerie, do they have anything on Rails, templates like that for minutes that might be helpful?
No, my suggestion would be to look at the open meeting minutes, because it's going to be similar as far as roll call, the time that you entered closed session, that type of thing. But the level of detail is at the discretion of the person listening. You just want to make sure that when I do minutes and when Margaret does minutes, we look at it and we try to look at it from the eyes of someone who did not attend the meeting, has not watched the meeting, and is able to get the level of detail they need to go, oh, this is what they were talking about. It's not an easy thing to describe outside of those parameters. It's just a matter of, is there enough detail here that people know what was talked about without a full transcription?
And is
Can I
this something
just-
that the parliamentarian also would be able to possibly help us with too?
Potentially.
We can't wait for that. But can I
No,
just
but
mention
when we
one?
get that far, they're not gonna all be done by then.
Okay, but can I just mention one other thing? Is it possible for you to provide them with a closed session minutes that were typed? Because the format is different than the regular, for the open meetings. Because what's asked and what's stated in an executive session is a little bit different, and if they have that, wouldn't that help them get through what they're listening to and then looking at that?
Sure, I can provide
Like an
another
older
copy if I
one
find one.
that's, okay.
Sure.
Well, ladies, good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so 10B, discussion about legal representation. We already talked a little bit about this being in the budget earlier. I know that Valerie has reached out to Langthorpe Jenkins to see if there was anything we could do to possibly bring costs down by doing a retainer instead of a hourly rate, and the response was?
The response was no. Their recommendation is maintaining an hourly rate because the lawyer, for example, is not going to come to every meeting or is not going to always consistently be doing the same amount of work each month. And so that was his recommendation, is to not do a retainer. That was at least their response from that
So
law firm.
recommendation, or they will not?
I asked for his recommendation as to whether he would do a retainer, and he said he thought about it and that is not his recommendation.
So,
But I did not, I was not given a directive by the board to say.
Right. So
when we talk.
just before you
oh,
start, if you
sorry.
don't mind.
Okay.
The other reason that this is on the agenda, just before you get going, is because multiple trustees have approached you
Yes.
on this topic. So that's why it's on
Okay.
the agenda, just so everyone knows. Okay.
Very good.
Mhm.
Okay, so first off, when people talk about a retainer, as lawyers use it, it's usually you pay me $5,000 and then I bill against that 5,000 until it's used up, and then I send you a bill anyway. So when, are you using the term retainer to mean a monthly fixed rate?
Yes, for certain things such as attending board meetings
Okay.
or working on policies, for example.
So firms will do that, and there's a couple of different models that I've seen, and I'm a small firm practitioner myself, and, I've been affiliated with different law firms as well. One policy is, we will give you up to X amount of hours of work for a fixed fee. Beyond that, we will then charge you hourly. That is almost the same as just charging you hourly.
Okay.
I mean, what you're essentially getting is a discount on the hourly rate, because what they're doing is when they say, okay, we'll give you 20 hours worth of work for this, X thousand dollars. If you only do 17, you're still gonna pay us X thousand dollars. And so they discount that rate so that if they do less work. Second, one of the considerations that you gotta look at is to make sure you get the best quality service. And what you don't want to do is disincentivize the lawyer to do your work. So some law firms have a practice where most of their work is either flat fee, fixed fee, and so they're kind of comfortable with this model. Others, they'll do it once in a while. And the folks who do it once in a while, you don't want their flat fee services, because they're essentially incentivized to put as little time into your work as possible, because most of their money is being made on an hourly rate. So one of the things that I've experienced with clients is there are some clients who will insist, especially large companies, who will insist that whatever your best rate is, that's the rate we're getting. So that's one thing we can ask for. So whatever his best hourly rate for his top client, and if we can get that in writing, and say, his hourly rate is X $100 an hour, and he is confirming in writing that this is the best rate that he gives to anyone, then, now you've got some, now you've got to, if you find out later, he's not going to do that unless it's actually his best rate. That's one thing. The other thing is, there are other firms out there which will, because you go to a firm that has this model of, we do everything fixed fee, then their incentive structure is completely different within the firm. And so I think the fact that he's recommending against it suggests that client representatives doesn't do this very often. And so even if we were to push them, will you do it? You might end up seeing a decrease in attention. You won't get all, because when you know that I spend this next hour and I'm gonna get paid for it in next month's bill, then you pick up the phone and you call back right away. If you say, well, whether I spend 5 hours or 20, I'm gonna get paid the same thing, your incentive is to spend 5, from an economics perspective. And now, you gotta balance that with a lawyer's reputation and wanting to maintain, the reputation that, you are the best firm out there, or one of the best firms out there, and so on and so forth. That matters, right? But, it matters a little less to somebody who's got 30+ years experience than it does to somebody who's more new.
And can I just interject? I believe KTJ has a different rate depending on which attorney we're using for whatever the case
that will
may
be.
be.
Yeah, most.
So there's that as well, so I don't know how they would give us a
It's
change
usually all
rate.
worked in. So when
Okay,
firms
all
do
right.
this, they're like, so I work with some litigation firms which I outsource stuff to. where it's like, okay, we charge you X dollars a month. And that's not a maximum minimum. This is your rate until the case is over. And there's some months you're gonna be under, there's some months you're gonna be over, and you work it out. In litigation, that can work out because if they lose the case, that hurts their reputation. So they're gonna do what they have to do to win. But in this type of work, which is more transactional, it's, it creates a perverse incentive structure, I think. And so there is some benefit to doing hourly with a firm that primarily does hourly, but there's other option of considering moving to a firm which operates on a transactional basis or a fixed fee basis, where we can get more cost control. I don't know that the price is going to be very, very better. I don't know what Dennis's rate is, but I do know what going rates in the legal industry are for small firms and for mid-sized firms, and they're pretty high. I won't say those numbers in
There are
public,
only
but they're.
so many firms that specialize, I should say, in library
Yeah,
also.
I am familiar with at least one other Illinois-based firm, not in Chicago, but.
I think there might be at least two others, isn't there? I don't know, but I know of at least one other.
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with just one other myself, but, again, I
And
don't look at.
I would also like to bring up, we keep talking Klein, Thorpe, and Jenkins, but we also have another legal firm that we deal with. I think we should be looking at both of them and analyzing both the contract, like what we're doing with Lisa as well, and what we're doing with Dennis. We should really look at, I know we're not in union negotiation today, but there's still union questions that come up. There's still things that we're asking. So if we're gonna evaluate one, we should evaluate both.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, I didn't mean just one attorney, I thought it would be across the board.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, usually people will, they have a different charge for associates, they have a different charge for junior partners, different charge for paralegals, different charge for senior partners. Administrative staff time is usually free at most law firms. Some will charge for it. I would personally stay away from a firm that charges for their admin staff. It's, in the legal industry, it's considered like nickeling and diming people.
Well, not only that, I'm concerned about the expertise level, because you don't want things to fall at that level when you really need the expertise at a higher level.
There are paralegals who can, and I will say this from my experience, my wife's an attorney as well. She has senior paralegals who are better than probably junior associates.
Some are, that's
Yeah,
true.
so
Some
senior
are.
paralegals can be very, very good at what they do. They cannot advise you, they can't give you legal advice, and so most of what we're asking for is advice. So most of what we have to do is actually, but, it's like, hey, prep this form, I need this XYZ prepared. Paralegals often will know more than the attorneys on how exactly, well, can I get the signature here, or do I have to get it after the fact? And so the paralegals know all that
I
stuff.
have a question related to
Sure.
that. Who determines whether it's the lawyer or the paralegal that works on whatever?
The buck stops with the lawyer. So from a malpractice insurance perspective, and I don't have any paralegals working for me, but if I hand something to a paralegal and it goes out to a client, it's my responsibility to ensure that that is correct.
So Valerie, I think that you wanted to know if the board as a whole, because you've been asked by a couple different people and you didn't feel that you had a board directive to go ahead and look for, if you're
Comparisons?
interested in looking at other lawyers. And if so, then do you have the authority to, how do you have to go about it? I think, right?
That
So
is my question.
Right now, the agenda item is discussion,
Right.
so we are discussing it. So we can't actually vote to give her that
Right.
authority, but we can we reach a consensus to just have, because it's a budgetary item, so you
You
don't
can give
technically
me a
need to ask
directive.
us.
You don't have to make a motion on choosing legal
Right, right.
representation, but you can give me a directive as a board to look for.
research it.
To
It's in your
research.
delegation of authority to research things.
It
Yeah, so I don't see any harm in looking into it. If
Right.
there's, there's this concern on.
You want a consensus?
I want a majority consensus before I move forward and looking to a new vendor. That's what I'm asking for.
Is there anyone who objects to that? I guess maybe that's the question.
No objection on my part.
I don't have any objections.
I'm
not
concerned
concerned.
about the end result? Is she just spending time to see what's out there? I mean, picking an attorney is a little more than a dollar sign.
Right.
It wouldn't,
And I'm
it
worried
wouldn't be my
about-
choice. What
She
I
would
would
just
She
do
would
is
bring the
the
person to us,
information.
the other alternatives to us, and then we would vet those individuals.
I would bring quotes to the board, because this is much higher than $5,000.
It wouldn't be like
that
when we
they
got,
expense.
Yvette Heinzelman. It would be a very different process.
Pardon me?
So it would be a very different process than from when we got Yvette Heinzelman.
Well, when you deal with attorneys at a certain level, there's really not much investigating you could do. She could have done a lot more for a library because of the size of the firm and because of the attorneys there. But that's a whole different scenario. I am concerned about how many attorneys there are with the library specialty. And
Right.
how are we going to determine that we want to leave a firm that's been with this library for so many years?
So, just give you, example, there are legal rating services which you can use. So for example, how many Klein, Thorpe and Jenkins lawyers are on the super lawyers list, right? That's a well-known, recommendation
what
for
you're saying.
lawyers. How many, client testimony, who are their big clients, right? Like, do they serve, a law
What
firm will say, we
library?
serve 70% of, a corporate law firm will say, we have closed this many billion-dollar deals. We represent, this many Fortune 500 corporations.
But in terms of library attorneys, there can't be that many, and
Probably
then
aren't,
what they
right.
would be able to provide us would be the libraries they are already serving. So maybe that's.
And the
not-
end decision may be stay with KTJ. It's not to say that the end
Alright.
decision
I see what you're saying.
is jump ship,
Okay.
but
I
Yeah,
just want
it's
to
just
take,
worth
I want to
exploring.
be careful
I have a
about.
question.
Sure.
Chris, you're a lawyer.
Yeah.
You know all this stuff. Would you be willing to help?
yeah,
through the
absolutely,
process?
absolutely. I was
Because I
gonna,
trust you to go through the process more than I'll trust anybody else's brain, because you're a lawyer.
yeah, I will absolutely do that.
And if
That goes
we're
without
gonna jump
saying.
in there, then I'm totally comfortable.
I welcome the help.
Yeah, I'll definitely, help you vet people and stuff like that. Perfect.
So then the consensus is for Director Marshall to investigate other options?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or is-
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, 10C is action on proposed purchasing policy.
I think we may need to make a motion on that, because it's an action.
Right, but, so we can discuss it and then we can make
Okay.
a motion for a vote.
No problem. I have one thing on this that I'd like to discuss is on page 43, which is the first page of the purchasing policy, under section 1, existing vendors and services. There's a spot here that is listed. The executive director also has the authority to renew annual contracts agreements with the existing service providers if the cost of the service has not increased by more than 10% from the previous contract. I would actually like it to show that if there's any increase, it needs to come back to the board, because we approved one contract and $1 that was, a dollar amount that we're spending, and we should have to approve if there's any changes to that contract. Especially if we're talking about, again, spending taxpayer dollars here. So if there's a 10% increase on a $40,000 bill, we're spending another $4,000, and we're not gonna have a say in that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't like that at all.
How often does this come up, Valerie, where it doesn't come to the board?
It depends on the contract. We've been working with vendors for years on certain things that, because we have had the existing relationship and we haven't had problems with it, I don't have an exact number. But this is common practice in many other libraries, where as long as we have an existing relationship that we are happy with, so that not every contract comes every year to the board for the sake of efficiency, this is common practice.
Yeah, the problem with common practice among other libraries and other boards, that's not where we are.
Mhm.
We're, as we started this meeting, we're not other libraries and we're not other boards. So until we get to that point, I would be very uncomfortable doing this. And I'm sure people are very comfortable with how things are going, because if they increase 8, 9, 10%,
Sure.
they don't have to go to a board meeting, and there doesn't have to be any justification. So we're just throwing more money out. And I'm not saying people aren't doing their due diligence. I'm not saying our staff isn't. But we're the ones responsible for that as board members, the taxpayer dollars. We're the ones that vote on that. So if I vote on something for $1 amount, and 5 years from now, that dollar amount's up 40% because they increased 8% a year, I have that dollar amount's way different than what I approved as a board member.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure,
Are you sure?
it's a free country.
Is it the 10% or just any increase in general?
I would say any increase in general, and here's my reasoning why, because like I just said, if it's 5% a year, and it's 8 years later, Patty, we're now at 40% increase from where we started.
Actually compounding, so it's a little higher.
So okay, so there you go, it's even actually a little higher. So if we approve something that's $100,000, in 8 years, it's now 145.
But 145 is worth less because
So
of
you're
inflation, so there should be at least an inflation allowance.
I understand that, but we're still voting on a dollar amount, and that dollar amount's changing on the renewal without us knowing.
Right, but,
But then we go to budget process, and then people are bringing up that we overspent or we're underspent.
right,
this
but
and
what
that
I'm
and the other
saying
thing.
is a dollar today's dollar, 5 years from now,
Is not
is
the same.
worth less because of, so there should at least, I would argue that to stay with your point would at least still track inflation. So there would be a 3% or whatever, whatever inflation has been over the past, average. I mean, I know we had that spike, that huge spike, and it was still pretty high. But, whatever percentage tracks, the overall average annual inflation for the past 10 years, that percentage, to increase that amount is in essence, dollar for dollar, a zero increase.
And then when do we see that again as a board? If it's it's 20 years and they don't go more than those 3%, we never see it as a board again. We're still not.
You're gonna see it every year in the budget.
We're gonna see it in the budget, but
Yeah, but you
at
can't
that
do
point,
anything
you
about
can't
it.
do anything about it because you got a contract done already.
Can I respond or comment on when you're done?
Yeah, so what my point is it has to come back to the board at some point as we're spending more and more money on it.
There should be
Unless-
a cap.
So then then why not say, every 5 years or something, you have to come back to the board? You have
I
a,
don't think
The
5 years is
contracts
too
are,
long.
what I'm
if it's only a
understanding,
3% increase.
what I'm understanding from Jason
Yeah,
is contracts don't all come up every year.
right,
If
sorry.
we get a increase, if they're asking us to increase, okay, bring that to the board, is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Valerie, what is that gonna do to your workload?
Yeah, what is that gonna
Oh.
do?
There is always going to be an increase because of inflation.
Yeah.
That's a better question actually for Rich, for example. Do you have any idea of an answer as far as, because you work with most of our contractors?
Right, I mean, if you think about it, we spent about maybe on the facility side, $65,000 tops.
Yeah.
I mean, you can look at what we budgeted for the contractual budget line.
Mhm.
And I would probably, every single one of those would have to come
To the board.
to the board. A lot of them are auto renewal,
Mhm.
so then I'm not really sure how we would have to, 90 days. It auto renews if you don't give them a letter.
Yeah.
And obviously, if we're having an issue, if it goes up and we get a letter that is indicating that it's going up, we're gonna look around unless it's something that, we really need a single source provider for something. Beyond that, we'll definitely look around.
Yeah.
Certain small increases are there, like we got a letter from Kone, we have a contract with them for our elevator,
Mhm.
and it has increased because of just the nature. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna create I think, a much greater workload.
Yeah.
I think it can be accomplished in a different way, maybe, like a report of what contracts are coming up, or what the increase was, maybe something like that. But, I mean, it's considering the entirety of the budget at 7 or whatever it comes out to be, it's a small portion, even if it's increasing at some rate. And some things, we haven't renewed for, some contracts, maybe they're 3 years out, right? And the contract is written in such a way that there's no increase. So then it's not like a 3%, it might be a 15% spike, because there was no increases during the length of the contract. So all of a sudden it is a bigger spike. talking about, if I'm correct, we're talking about items that are gonna be like per year under $5,000.
No, you're actually talking about 5K to 24.
Oh, yeah, we're
Yeah,
talking 5 to 24.
yeah.
All right.
5
Yeah,
to
I mean-
25, essentially.
Yeah, and those are like the ones that are the larger ones. And some of them, they're not even over 5. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know, I mean, I
So-
fully respect the
Technicality
board's
here?
decision and the concern that prices are going, out of control. At the same time, a lot of that stuff, it's also, like, most of the things that we try to contract is under some sort of pre-bid agreement. So we are part of joint cooperative purchasing agreements. So these are national consortia of municipalities, special districts, school districts, park districts, you name it, and we have a better buying leverage against that. But that doesn't mean it's not gonna increase.
So my thing is, we're talking about, we're saying it like one contract is gonna increase 3%, that's like how we're talking about this, but if we have 20 contracts and they all increase 3%, it's a lot of money. And we could sit here and say it's $70,000 on a $7.8 million budget, it's still an increase that we didn't approve as a board. And if we're gonna approve contracts and we're gonna say, yes, we approve $100,000, that contract's gonna become 120, 140, and we've never seen it again. And that shouldn't be allowed based on.
Well, no, you're not gonna, your 100K is not, because this is only applicable to contracts under.
Okay,
under
so
25.
if it's
It's the same premise.
20,000, it's the same premise, right? They're gonna grow and we're not gonna see them. And we're responsible for taxpayer dollars. The 7 of us are responsible.
Right, but what we are ultimately responsible for, right, is there's 7 whatever 5 or whatever $1 million, right? We're responsible for making sure that when we do a budget, that it comes into it comes in under that number, right? Under that number that's been levied to balance the budget, right? Like, that's what we're ultimately responsible for.
We're not balancing the budget, we're talking about renewing contracts.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is, so if I say, hey, Rich, you got the flexibility to play within 5K, so even with the renewals, everything still has to fit within the budget, right? So this authority is an authority to do something that we are granted under a certain percentage. And I'm not sure that 10 is the right number, but whatever, it's under a certain percentage. It's not an authority to go and spend willy-nilly, because it still is constrained by the budget.
But you're
Can I
bringing up the,
please
wait a second,
interject at
but
some
you're bringing
point?
up, but you're bringing up the budget, and the fact of the matter is, there'll be an increase in the budget that has to cover some of this. So now.
Right.
So, and
But
now,
that we're gonna vote on.
correct, but at that point, if we're already locked into a contract, I can't go back and say ABC company, we need to stop doing business with them because I don't feel comfortable with the increases that have been going on for the last 5 years, because we're already under contract. And if it's one of those contracts that we have for 3 or 4 or 5 years, we're screwed.
Can I say something now?
Oh, please, I've been waiting. I
Go
really
ahead and talk.
appreciate it if I can get the floor.
Go ahead and talk.
Thank you, trustee Rosansky. As far as, I agree that increases need to come to the board because we're responsible, but I think our idea of how we go about engaging in contract renewals is a little different. If these contractors or these vendors that we deal with are aware that the library does not plan to incur increases, we can get another vendor. We're a governmental entity. Everybody wants our business. If we set the parameters for what we're looking for, when this contract is renewed, that vendor will come to us knowing if I don't give Rich the same amount from last year, he's gonna go look somewhere else. That's one way, it's how we approach them. But I agree, we don't pick a vendor, and because he's only going to increase 5% or 10%, we turn a blind eye. No, because then what we're doing is we're selecting specific vendors and we're locking out everybody else in the community where these are our vendors and we're not even aware of what's going on except for the prices increasing. That's not the way we should be doing business.
It's not the
We
way
are
we're
res-
doing business.
Well, if we're going to allow Rich or whoever the person is in terms of the contract to just go up within 10%, we will have this same vendor year after year after
Not
year.
necessarily.
And we, hold on, and we are not opening the field for other contractors. We should be about the best price because it's not our money. So I disagree that we should give anyone a cap of how much they should increase a contract. We should be of the belief, we're not looking for an increase and go from there. And I don't know that there are that many contracts that would come to us and that there are that many vendors that want to lose our business.
Yeah, we pay. We're guaranteed to
Can
pay.
I speak now, please? Rich,
Yes.
neighbor of mine, I thought I understood you to say there's a consortium, a government thing that we go through in order to deal with certain contracts and stuff, in order to get the best price.
Correct.
So
Not for
if,
every contract, but for
Yeah.
as many as I can find.
okay, let me ask my question. If we get a person, a company, whatever, that does decide to increase us, would it be you up to your group or whoever to check the government consortium and see if there's a better deal? Because isn't it legally, we're supposed to take the lower bid anyway?
Bid
Sure, if
is
it's over
$25,000.
$25,000, $25,000 and above,
So we're talking under 25,000.
but not for services. So, if we're doing a project, that's something different.
Yeah, and like I know, like if we are dealing with a company that comes in and does a big electrical thing, we, by rights, we should stay with them. Or,
Well, no.
or for like
where
our
we go is-
elevator service
So
or
what we do is if
whatever.
it's over, if it's at 25,000 or above, we'll go to, RFB, so a request for bid. just like
Yeah.
We're doing now for the roof. However, there's many, pre-bid contracts that are out there. Valerie, can I speak to the RTU for next month?
Please.
So next month, a RTU will be put in, from Carrier.
Can you define RTU?
Yeah, it's a air conditioning unit,
Mhm.
that's on the roof, so a rooftop unit is
Mhm.
what that stands for the computer room, that requires replacement. We're gonna time it with the roof replacement so that the curb is installed at the same time. And I could have, the work is over $25,000. But we have, we're part of a consortium that, well, actually two, Omnia Partners and Sourcewell, that we have used over the last 2 decades, as well as they're recommended through the state procurement office, for joint purchase contracts to use, by municipalities and libraries such as us. And we're using that contract with Carrier, or those two actually, in order to make that procurement. So you'll see a motion in front of you for that. It's pre-bid, so we didn't have to go through the bid specs, create them, hire an engineer, so that's why one of the consultants is lower, because I didn't have to hire an engineer, to do that work, because the company is able to do it under that pre-bid. So whenever it is something like that, it's a big project, then we'll go to that. Services, there's a whole list of exclusions of what doesn't need to go through bid. You can still do that if you want. Sometimes it's single source, so you can't, because only a particular provider makes something, or services something. Like you don't have a authorized service vendor for equipment. It's only the manufacturer, so you have to go to the manufacturer. So you have to have, so we have a contract with Biblioteca for our automated materials handler and our self-checks. And we can't go with some other company. We have to go with them. So there's no reason to go out to bid to find a company when there's only that single source to work on that equipment, right?
Yes.
And when contracts come up,
don't have a lot of those types of things, though, here,
don't.
personally, do we?
No, we don't have a lot of contracts.
No, I'm saying
but I
contracts where you
haven't
can
seen a
only go with
contract
one.
over a period of time that's like, say, 5 years, that has not gone up. It's just the nature of everything, right? It all goes up. The idea is that do we either have some sort of language that allows the staff to do the operation and report that in a way that the board is agreeable to as a majority? Or is that language not in there and we have that operational, I guess, overhead to bring it to you each and every time? That's, I think, what we're talking about.
Yes.
I would say, Rich, if I'm understanding you correctly, based on how this stuff works, by not approving this, we'd be adding a significant amount of work for what is essentially gonna be you coming and explaining this process about this contract and saying, okay, we don't really have another choice, and then the board going around discussing it and saying, okay, Rich, go ahead. And we're gonna be doing that over and over for the most part.
That's one aspect of it, I
Well,
think.
it could be.
Everything
I
goes
don't know
up.
if
No,
every
that's
single
that's fine.
contract would be like that.
No.
And then there's certainly
That's
things
us.
that are non-contractual that go up as well. And then there's not things that I have under contracts. There's other contracts, I believe, that the library has other than the ones that facility services.
For
One-
databases, for materials, services, we have contracts for a lot of different services.
One
Solely in
technicality
material
here,
service.
the number exactly 25,000 is not covered. Because it says 24,999.99, and then it says exceeds 25,000. So exceeds 25,000 is 20,000 and a
What
penny.
happens?
So if there is a contract for exactly 25,000, it is
It's
not
lost
within
in
this
limbo,
policy.
huh?
Yeah, that needs to
So,
be rewritten.
so we need to
bring it
either
in.
move it, we either need to move it to purchases between 5 and 25, or say equal to or exceeding.
Equal to or exceeding is where it falls, 25,000 is required.
Okay, so then that language should be changed to equal to or exceeding.
I'm not uncomfortable with having the 10% on here. I think that there's inflation all the time. Contracts, we're lucky if they don't go up. It's pretty clear from the explanations from Valerie and Rich right now that they do their homework. They don't just approve things all the time. They always find out if there's some other option for something that's gonna be less expensive. People who work in libraries that are always worried about the budget and if they're gonna be able to meet it and if they're gonna get in trouble for going over it. It's not like they're spending this money on themselves. It's not like they're just like, oh, well, I don't care. It's not my money. Why shouldn't I just spend it? They're gonna be looking out for the money. That's what they do. So I'm not uncomfortable with that, and I'm gonna even up the ante, and I'm gonna say that I think 5,000 in the first part is not enough. I think that purchase is less than $10,000 on any single item.
Isn't that a statutory
That's
thing?
It's a statute.
That's a statute.
No, we do that at
It's-
Displays, the
Oh.
limit is $10,000.
Oh,
It's
is it?
in our
Okay.
bylaws,
Yes, it
the 5,000 for my purchasing, that's where I pulled this 5,000 from, but that's not required to be part of this
Okay,
purchasing
who
But
said
if
it
it's in the
earlier
bylaws,
tonight that
it's in
a
the
dollar
bylaws.
now?
No,
It can't
the
be.
bylaws are for what I am authorized to spend on my own in the bylaws, but that does not have to match this policy exactly, or the wording can change to say whatever the purchasing authority is in the bylaws, if you so chose. Many libraries that are of our size of budget give the authority to spend to the director under the bid limit, up to the $25,000.
So like somebody said earlier tonight, a dollar, you know, what did you say about a dollar being not worth what it used to be worth? And
Yeah.
like $5,000 today is not what it was 10 years ago.
I'm, so if we want to try to reach a consensus, which everybody is at least willing to accept, you know, maybe we just reduce that 10% number to a percentage that everyone can, you know, I assume most contracts don't go up 10%?
No.
And when they do, you're gonna wanna come to us anyway.
More likely.
So then what's a percentage that is kind of,
5% is good?
I'm comfortable with whatever the board says. This was just my starting point for
Cut it in half.
suggestion.
5%.
okay, I mean, you know,
I
Sure.
would be comfortable with 5% if that's what the board is comfortable with.
I'm agreeable to 5% and leaving the top number at 5,000 though. That would be my, I would be comfortable.
I'll
with.
second that.
Quite honestly, I think that first number hasn't been increased in many years. I think that's a stumbling block, like, for example, going and publishing the newsletter. It is no longer under $5,000. So it's something that has to come to the board. It's already in the budget. It went through that process that, oh yeah, we support this many times for that newsletter to go out, but each time it has to go out, it might have to come to the board.
But it doesn't, but
It doesn't
only
require
if
a new
it-
contract for
Well,
this.
true, but, you know, again,
I see where you're going with that,
Yeah.
but
because the purchase, if the purchase is not a contract, but it still has a limit, right? So that 5,000 limit.
But if
also
it
is-
doesn't go up by more than 5%, then you don't have to bring it to us either. if-
Well,
if
yeah,
we
and it's
approve
how
that,
much are we gonna pick these lists?
Right?
I would like to bring the $5,000 limit up in the discussions for the bylaws, because I do agree with what Rich is saying, especially given the size of our budget, but that's a conversation for another.
Yeah,
time.
so
Yeah,
this
because-
policy can be
Right.
revised at that
I
time,
figured as.
but I'd like to
just
see it consistent with the
I was
bylaws.
gonna say-
Transparency about all the purchasing.
We were going to have a review of the policies and the bylaws gradually anyway, weren't we?
And we are working on the bylaws committee as well.
All right, so,
But the cost increase, I'd like to interject on one thing. I don't feel it should be 5%, I think it should be 3%. The only reason being, I just can't justify all that money.
Mhm.
I just don't fathom that kind of expense for the community in
I
case
kind
it
of
goes
feel
up.
like this isn't a trust issue. Are we gonna trust our staff to make the best financial decisions for us or not? I mean, yes, we are ultimately responsible, but we make the budget, right?
I don't think
I
it's
don't,
a
I don't
trust
think it's,
issue.
I don't view it that way, because I think, as people know here, I trust Rich with his knowledge and his expertise more than I trust a lot of people in my own company. But this is an accountability thing for us as board members to be accountable, and for the almost 50% of the people that voted for me in my election, for me to stand up for them and the people who didn't vote for me and do what's right with their money. And that's where, you know,
Yeah, so I think, I mean, again, the way I'm looking at it is, what you are doing is you know, Congress does this all the time, and now, let's not use Congress as an example,
God,
but
let's
Congress,
not, please.
Congress delegates, you know, you got the Clean Air Act. Congress says, we want the air to be clean, right? And we want these particulate limits, whatever. EPA, you go figure out how the heck to get there, right? So that's essentially what we're doing here. We're saying, every year we're gonna tell you, here's a budget, and we're gonna give you this much money. And then, you know, library team, management team, senior directors, you go figure out how to fit within these parameters that we've given you, which are the numbers. Ultimately, what the taxpayer is gonna see is a levy amount. That's all they're gonna see. They're not gonna see whether, you know, Biblioteca got, you know, 3% extra and somebody else got 2% less. But Rich has got to figure out, and, you know, Valerie's got to figure out, and Victoria's got to figure out, and others, like, okay, how am I going to fit all these pieces of the jigsaw puzzle to make it all plug in so that my ultimate bottom line number is below X? Now, I can see why the 10% number is concerning, because that's double inflation, right? But if we're talking about contract renewals, like, okay, typically a contract goes up 3% a year or something like that, based on inflation, right? So then we say, okay, well, if we give you an allowance of 5%, that means the 3-year contracts are gonna have to come back to us, because, you know, unless they have a built-in increase, which some of them do. But the big bumps, you're gonna have to come back to us, and that, you know, then we're fulfilling the responsibility of, hey, but these, what are that kind of routine, yeah, cost, everything just goes up. It's kind of a balance between you know, between the accountability for that overall number that you are ultimately accountable for to the voters and to the citizens, and efficiency of, you know, these guys raised it 1.5%, they're the only vendor who can use. I mean, we could spend, I don't know how many of these contracts are gonna come up, but if we don't have this policy in place, presumably we could spend a whole bunch of time discussing things that ultimately we're not gonna really do anything with other than just follow the recommendation of what's given to us anyway. So why not say, okay, well, we are giving you this high-level parameter, which is the budget for this item, and then you figure out the details in between.
Okay,
That's how I view it.
So then I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchasing policy with an amended 5% increase from the prior year, for the prior year aspect that we've been talking about, to go into place.
Second,
I'd like to make an amended motion.
go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that we agree to the purchasing policy as is with the 5% that Jason mentioned, but to increase the $5,000 to $10,000 in the first paragraph or the second paragraph. So purchases less than $10,000 instead of $5,000.
Would that be inconsistent with the bylaws?
But you can't do that.
It would
You
be.
can't vote on
Changing the
first one.
bylaws.
So
The
this
one
is,
that you-
it's not the same, it doesn't affect the bylaws. The bylaws give me the authority to make a purchase of $5,000, which then this
Then
gives
a
me.
purchase of under 10,000 would be under 5,000, of course.
Well, let her explain it,
Right?
please. Let her explain it.
So it's whether or not the board wants me to bring specific contracts to them as opposed to whether or not I can make the purchase in general. It is a fine line, but that is the difference. And it's something we could discuss during the bylaws meeting, if that's what we wanted to. And we could potentially change the language to say matching the bylaws instead of having a number.
Okay, do we want to table, because actually wasn't done with my amended
Oh.
motion yet either.
Oh,
I wanted to match the last part about transparency from 5,000 to 10,000 so that the two numbers were both 10,000 instead of 5,000. So if we need to table this so we can get legal counsel on it,
You know
I
what,
would need legal counsel.
I'll withdraw my original motion. I'd like to make a motion to table this until we have legal.
Why do we need legal counsel?
Because I want to make sure that the 5,000 part in our bylaws, that we don't do something that maybe.
Okay, so.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Next question, I'm giving you an answer, okay? I want to make sure that we're doing this proper, and since we're already going towards our second bylaw committee meeting on May 2nd, this is something that could potentially even be fixed and brought to the board for the May 15th board meeting. So by delaying this for 30 days, or around 30 days, the current procedure stays in place, which business could still go on as usual, but we
Okay,
protect ourselves.
That's the part. That's the,
Business is still gonna go on as usual, how it currently is. Nothing's gonna change as of right now, but we can go to Dennis. We can also
Okay.
have our bylaw meeting on May 2nd, and we could even come back to revise that part of the bylaw, which we need a supermajority for,
right.
to be able to do that.
Yes, you
So
do need a
is,
supermajority to change a bylaw.
Yep.
is this the current policy? I guess what I'm
We
saying
do
is.
not have a policy right now.
So then how can you do business as usual if you have no
Because we're
policy?
still, because we're
We're
still
under the-
purchasing
we're
things,
still
we
under
still
the
purchase things for how
old
many years
umbrella.
now?
My
We're still under the old umbrella.
My question to the board, because we do have some things such as looking for the lawyer or even the financial advisor, that I don't want to wait for another month to pursue that. Can I follow the current policy of?
The current
Yes,
policy's in
that's
what
place,
I
yes, the
said.
current policy's in place.
Yes.
So,
This is
but
just for the new policy.
the only reason why I asked the question is because at the previous board meeting, my impression from the board was that you all wanted me to wait on pursuing those things until we discussed this policy, and I just don't want to wait on
I
those
understand.
particular
Thank you.
things.
We did say that, so yes, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
No,
But
but no.
but I'd still like to make a motion to table this until we have more clarification.
Okay, that's fine. As long as we're not holding up business as usual, then
I
I'm.
still need a second.
I'll
Carolyn
second it.
seconded.
Carolyn
Yeah,
seconded,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you, I didn't hear.
If I may recap for a moment, because I originally heard that, Jason, you had amended it to 5% increase.
And then I withdrew
Patty-
my.
Exactly.
I did.
You withdrew it, and Patty seconded. Do you withdraw it also?
Yeah, what the hell?
I just want to make sure. And then, Becky, when you had mentioned about changing it to 5% increase and then changing the paragraph, but no one seconded.
right, I need to withdraw that motion until after.
Yeah, but nobody
But
seconded it.
nobody seconded, right?
I'd like to withdraw my motion. Is there a second?
I second your withdrawal of whatever,
The amendment.
So who
Yeah.
seconded?
me or somebody.
Whoever, well, I know nobody seconded originally when you said it, so I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure.
Who are we picking?
Jason,
Jason.
Jason's fine.
Okay.
Okay, I'll wait for you guys to tell us you're done writing.
This is
I
like
think
one
we
of
got
those
it.
VCR tapes. You see the guy running backwards? All right. Now we get
Okay,
to the
so
fun
we
stuff.
are on 10D, discussion and consideration of developing a holiday display policy. Who would like to open the discussion?
Or direct-
Valerie?
Okay, so
Was this
Um,
your thing to put on there? Or was it somebody else's idea to put it on there?
we got a patron who issued a complaint about a holiday display that was in our lobby. And he did
Okay.
say that he would like to have that discussed with the board, which is why I'm bringing it to the board's attention. The specific complaint was that we had a display in our lobby about the Ramadan holiday. And the patron said that because we did not also have a display about Easter in the same part of the library, he was concerned that the library was promoting one religion over the other related to holidays. Having spoken to staff, we did have a Easter holiday display with similar materials for adults on the second floor landing. The materials from the displays both circulated. We did get positive comments as well about both displays. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is just to share that the staff does make decisions based on recommendations from ALA for displays that we put out. We do also listen to what the community is asking for. I have seen feedback from patron comments as well, both asking for us to have specific holiday decorations and some asking for us to not have holiday decorations whatsoever. So there is a split, and this is true of most libraries, as far as whether people want us to have holiday displays and holiday decorations, or if they prefer for the library to remain more secular in as far as what is displayed from the collection. But we do not, just to make this statement, we do not promote one viewpoint or religion or anything else over the other. We promote different parts of our collection based on interest from the community, holidays that are happening, different cultures that are being celebrated by other libraries, by the American Library Association. So I just wanted to make that statement for the public and for the board that we are not promoting one over the other.
That statement is somewhat accurate, that you just made, because back in December, I brought up that there was nothing for Hanukkah, there was nothing for Kwanzaa, but there was for Christmas. So
And
there,
I had a
that
comment
isn't
pertaining to
100% accurate, because we haven't always done that, and we just recently didn't do that. You know, religion and politics, right? Two things you don't discuss. If we're gonna be an all-inclusive library, either we have to do everything for every single person and every single religion and every single nationality, or we do nothing. That's where this comes into.
Can I please make my statement pertaining to this topic? As soon as this comment was made at the December meeting, I went and looked at our decorations. The only thing that made them Christmas was there was red bows. Take the bows off.
Nope, you're actually incorrect, Patty.
White lights
White lights? Show
is
me, show me,
not,
show me a
go in
Jewish.
Lincolnville.
Show me
Lincoln
a
one.
Jewish house that has green garland and white lights on it for their house. No, show
Where
me,
was
because
the
I
green
grew up Jewish.
garland?
There's green garland right across the top with red blows and
Okay,
lights.
take
Show
the
me-
red and green out of this.
Show-
Just put white lights. It
Why
covers.
are we
does it have to-
taking, why are we
why are we
taking
taking
everything
it
out? Why don't we be
Yeah.
adding
Well,
stuff?
That's
if
exactly-
people are
I feel like-
complaining,
So
years ago,
Okay.
we did
One at a time.
have, years ago, the library did have for different holidays, menorah, so on and so on. We had no Christmas tree, all we had was a swag of lights. If somebody is offended that we put a swag of lights, I'm sorry. Because they tried to take, because they didn't want to offend people that, oh, we're celebrating Christmas.
So instead,
what-
we've decided, sorry.
Well, that's what
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying. What are we
So I'm
supposed
gonna
to
say,
say?
instead-
Nothing's decided. We're
Right, but
discussing.
instead, you know, like, the approach shouldn't be that everyone, you know, everyone of any faith feels equally unwelcome. That's not like a good end result. Like,
You're right.
I know I know, you know, when my kids go to a library and they see a Ramadan display, they are like, oh, wow, look, they're excited. And, you know, if Jason's kids come and they see a menorah, they should be excited too. Like, hey, you know, look, hey, there's a menorah. This is who we are. And if somebody who, and I don't know what faith community celebrates Kwanzaa, but if somebody who celebrates Kwanzaa comes and sees a display and is like, oh, wow, okay, cool, you know, you're going to be welcoming. And if there's, you know, again, I've studied First Amendment law. We are not France. France has a France understands separation of church and state to mean the exclusion of religion from the public sphere entirely. That's not the American, that's not what the First Amendment says. The First Amendment basically says you can't push one forward over the others. It doesn't mean, so the Supreme Court has, you know, massifs of famous lawgivers, which include Moses and which include Muhammad. You know, they're up on the Supreme Court, right? And it's got, you know, like, so, you know, the Supreme Court is okay with images from multiple faiths, then, you know, who are we as the library to say that no faith can be represented? And in people who have no faith, you know, like if you're not Muslim, the Ramadan celebration or the Ramadan display may not be so significant to you. You know, if you're not Christian, the Easter display may not be so significant to you. But that's okay, because there's something there for you, you know? It's like...
Well, if you go in our children's department, it could be Hole, it could be whatever, Martin, you know, all different stuff. It's displayed. They have all the different ones for that time of year displayed. What the problem here is, my take on this, which might be wrong, but it's also partly because I worked at a school and what we had to deal with at the school, that people are complaining that we celebrate any particular religion, that we're supposed to be a neutral place.
That's just not what the law says.
And I don't feel that, but I'm kind of gun shy. And that's part of my reaction, because I'm tired of everybody saying you need to be politically correct.
Right, but I'm saying that's just not what the law says.
And I understand that. And I have no problem with us displaying for whatever religion. I personally do not. My thing is, I feel like, what, you're beating us up because we have a couple of lights.
No, my stance was because we didn't have for other
Right.
holidays.
It wasn't that we had.
I could care less about the lights outside, but I know the Lubavitch and Chabad down in Skokie will help you put a free menorah out in the parking lot where we could turn a light every night to make it for Hanukkah.
Oh, for each.
Yeah, for each night. Awesome. I know that's something that's free. I know that we could go take out of a budget from some department and go to a Home Goods or a Walmart and go get a menorah or a Ramadan, not a Ramadan, I'm sorry, a Kwanzaa. We may have some of this stuff. And from going on my tour, I know that we have a ton of stuff in bins in back rooms.
Yes.
Okay? There's probably enough stuff in there to put a lot of different holiday displays up for many years that we wouldn't have to repeat. So,
But would we have a crush though?
What?
For the crush?
They would probably,
the Christmas
they
holiday.
would probably
We
not
used
put
to.
a nativity scene. I'll be honest.
Well, why?
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 You can't do that then.
Can I
Well, we have
can I
to be, we
please-
have to, if we are gonna try to include everyone, right? We have to allot the same
Right.
amount of time or same
Or
amount of space. So if
Or
we're gonna have,
simultaneously.
I mean, we
If
don't
you
have
put a
space to
Christmas
put
tree or
a
a
big
wreath.
menorah and a crush and a
No,
this
that
and a
doesn't
that,
mean-
you know?
Well, so...
Can I please make
Yeah.
a statement? Okay. When I first came to this library, we had all sorts of decorations. And then I don't know if it was trendy or if it was politically correct, everything diminished. So now we are at the point that we are, and it's, I don't understand how we constantly say that we want to be inclusive and we're not this and we're not that, but yet we show no displays of either cultural, of our cultural ethnicities or our faith. So I think we should do that. But I have a question about the holiday display. Is there only one display on the main floor that's used for holidays? Is that what we're talking about here?
We don't
I'm not
have
sure.
specific designated areas. The patron's concern for this time
Okay,
around
I got it.
was that in the lobby, when you
Right,
walked in,
right.
there was a Ramadan display, and the Easter display was not visible in the exact same area, although it was on the second
Well,
floor.
Do
And
we need?
there are 3 display areas in the
Okay.
lobby. There's one for the children's section, for kids' space. There's one that's right by the self-checkout. There's a shelf that there's displays. And then there's the display where the Ramadan books were. Because I actually took out 2
So are
Ramadan
we
books and brought them
talking
home.
about a book display or the display case?
A book
This-
display. This
Book
was a book
display.
display specifically.
You know how they have
Oh.
those circular
No,
shelves?
no, that's fine, Okay,
So,
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I mean, the thing becomes is, if you put Ramadan in there, are you preferencing it over Easter? I can see how somebody could take that way. I can see if you put Passover over there over Easter, I can see how somebody would take it that way. It's very how people take things. And we live in a society now that everybody gets offended so easily that if we're gonna do this and we're gonna allow this, we're gonna have to include every single person in every single religion in every single way that we can.
And I think
And
it's doable.
I'm absolutely for that because we are a place of learning. I can tell you that I've spent hours on the phone with the mayor learning about Ramadan. He'll tell you I called him on personal time to learn about it. I also then took 2 books out that my wife and I read to learn more about it because I was interested. So I wouldn't go on my own and probably do that, but I did. And if you're interested in a religious topic or something that's happening, we should have displays for it.
Right.
If we have them in the lobby for one, we should probably figure out how to have them in the lobby for all.
Okay, can I finish my comment? So my concern is that there was only one display for one event. It was Ramadan. Yes, we need to figure out, does it have to be books? Should we have more than one glass display and have these different, either religious celebrations or ethnic celebrations, noticeable? I don't think it helps when you have one on the first floor, one on the second floor, one on the third floor, because as soon as you walk in the library, you look at it as, this particular whatever is being noted and not others. So maybe the library staff should come up with some ideas or suggestions, but it's not all year. So during the winter, it is Kwanzaa, it is Christmas, it is the Hanukkah. So there's 3 there, and then there are other different months. Our staff knows what's happening every month.
And I can let you know
And
well
that
in
is the children's department.
So the well, it's not just the children's.
No, I'm
department.
saying the children's
Adults, too.
department
Yeah.
has everything.
But what I'm
But
trying
But
to
inevitably, we're gonna miss things, and I think that's
Well,
okay.
it'll be a work in
It's-
progress.
it's-
It could be a
What I
work in
mean-
progress.
What I mean that's okay is when it's brought to our attention, then, okay, I don't know if there's a Druze population in
Here, yes.
here, right? I don't know if there's, certain other, Yazidis, for example, are there Yazidi refugees here? Are there, there are a lot of small faith communities that go around. I don't know what their holidays
Well,
are.
they'll come to
and-
us once we start promoting things, I believe.
Right, and so then somebody who is of another faith community will come and say, hey, can you get my books on there too? As long as we're saying yes across the board, then,
It is hard too, as a librarian, when you're doing your collection development, you can find 500 books on Christmas and you can only find 5 on Kwanzaa. So just so that people are aware, we could be trying very hard and
Fair.
still not have the same representation
Right,
for
yes.
each holiday
But
because
President
it's just
King-
not there.
But
If
that's
we-
not,
I'm not saying
Yeah,
we shouldn't try.
yeah.
No, I know, but if books are difficult, and I get it, and that's possible, why don't we have display cases where someone from Kwanzaa would come and decorate it themselves? And that would be another way to display that celebration. That would get us engaging with the
Or we
community.
can have the staff do it as well.
My recommendation is that this is left at staff discretion as far as how we do this, but the reason for me for bringing this up is, and I'm gonna say this on behalf of the staff, I appreciate that the board supports us having different holiday displays in the building for when we get concerns from people who do not want us to support different displays in different cultures.
So
That's really
Yeah.
what
So
I was
here's-
trying
That's
to
where I
bring to
have
the
an
board.
issue.
Yeah, so here's like,
We're more than one religion or culture or whatever in this community.
so like, I can let you know now, there's gonna be and it's great that we're talking about this now, because December 25th, which is Christmas Day, is also the start of Hanukkah this coming year, which is also, which the 26th starts Kwanzaa. So you have 3 holidays within a 24-hour period.
Okay, may I make one request? Since it will be the staff who will coordinate all this, could the board at least, what's the word? Could the board at least emphasize our concerns is that there will be multiple displays, whether they're display cases or book shelving, that will allow the patrons when they come in to see that we are including more than just one. That's what I'm worried about, you know. I know they'll do it and they'll do a great job, but it's where will they be, and when you walk into our library, will you notice, oh, they have a couple of things, not just one specific.
We are talking with staff about different ideas for how to do that, whether it's putting a list of our displays on our calendar for the public or making potentially a map of displays. We're trying to figure out the best idea to get that information out there, because we don't have that many spaces for displays, so we can't
Especially in the
guarantee
main lobby.
that every holiday is gonna be all on one display or all in one place in the lobby. We can try.
Do we need to redefine what our display cases, what they are, where they are?
I think it's always gonna be a work in progress. And, you know, this is gonna be, it's sort of like an asymptotal approach, right? Sorry to use the statistical, but you're gonna get closer and closer to where you wanna be. You're never gonna quite get there because there's always gonna be some person.
That's true, but it's important that
But
it looks
as
like
long as we're
doing
moving in the
more,
right
okay,
direction
initially.
consistently, that's what we're looking for,
And I
right?
think by doing this, we do bring in, I think as we start celebrating other cultures and things, we do get away from the past of we shouldn't focus on foreign languages, or we should only speak English, and we're gonna get back to the let's include everybody library again versus what has been said by others in the past of if you don't speak English, then get out. Like, that's not what we are about, and that's not what we are.
Yes, we can maybe have 2 Polish books.
So,
Yes, I remember that.
you know, there's a limit to it, right? I don't expect the library to have an extensive Arabic collection. I'm not coming here to look for, you know, 13th century commentaries on the Quran. You know, that's not what I don't expect it, and nor of, you know, if I want to see that, I can go to Widener Library at Harvard and they have, you know, 2 whole bookshelves of 13th century commentaries on the Quran. That's great. There are different places for different things. But when my kids come and see Curious George Celebrates Ramadan, then that's exciting for them. Like, that is, you know, and
They have a connection.
Right, they have a connection. You know, I don't like, I stepped out briefly to go say my evening prayers, and I happened to be in the shelf which had a variety, you know, in the row which had a variety of Christian texts. And one of the books in front of me was something about the life of Pope Benedict, right? He's an important person, right? Pope Benedict is an important, Benedict the 16th, the most recent Pope Benedict.
Pope Benedict. If we give them a directive tonight, they will
But
run with it.
that doesn't mean that, you know, I am expecting, you know, a book about, you know, let me,
I'm just worried that.
the first Muslim American convert, Muhammad Alexander Russell Webb. I'm not expecting a book about him to be on the shelf. Like, if there was one, yeah, maybe it's cool. It's actually, he has a very remarkable story. But I'm not expecting that as many people are going to want to check out his book as, say, Pope Benedict, you know? So, decisions are going to be made.
No, I understand.
But, you know, should the library have a copy of the Bible and the Torah and the Quran and things like this for people who are curious to read? Yeah, absolutely. You know?
One, I would like to make a comment to the public, so I'm gonna turn to the camera here. if you do have requests or suggestions, since our board and our staff does support diversity and inclusion for things that you want us to add to the collection, we are very open to that. Or holidays that you want us to celebrate, or cultures that you want us to celebrate in our collection, in our displays, please let us know. We would like to include you. Thank you.
So we were thinking, the board is actually, we're in agreement on this, we're working together on this, this is a beautiful thing. What maybe you're looking for is for us to give you a directive, you know, we want the staff to celebrate everything we possibly have in our collections in a logical, methodical way. So if maybe, and I know they're doing a great job of that already.
Yes.
And we're just trying to always be better because that's what we do, right? So if we could maybe see, you know, come up with some ideas on how we can try to, I don't know, maybe you can put it better.
So in Illinois, there are not, I apologize if you were going to speak, but there are not holiday display policies. I've seen them in Florida, but in Illinois, mostly this is left at the staff discretion
Right,
with
so
the
that
recommendations from the community and the board. So, for example, now that we have been recommended that we should add items for Kwanzaa and items for Hanukkah in our holiday displays in December, we will now do that because we hear that from the board, we hear that from the community. And now we have support from the board to embrace those holidays and that diversity. So just please give us that
But
direction.
we are giving you support because
That's
we
what I'm
can't
saying.
name every culture.
Exactly.
Oh,
Right. That's
okay.
what I'm
Thank
saying.
you, thank
Yeah.
you.
So what I was sidebarring with Becky about, or Chris and Keen about, was we all support it. We don't want to cross that line of management and board that
Thank
we
you.
recently put in place. So what I'd like to ask, and I think this is where we're going, is instead of a policy, because I think policies can be very restricting. Policies may limit the staff's ability, and I don't think we want to do that. Maybe we could do it where we put a guideline in. Not sure what the guideline looks like. I can come up with 20 ideas off the top of my head, but I'm a board member. This is an administrative thing, supervisor thing. Please run with it, and maybe bring back, show us some guidelines that you guys come up with.
Our guidelines that we're following, like I said, are the recommendations from ALA for their, there's like Asian American Pacific Islander Month, for example, those types of
Yes.
displays. So we are
And that
following
was
those,
displayed
and
in
they are on
children's
our
department.
calendar for
Okay.
displays. So we do have those plans.
But maybe, and again, I hate to cross this line,
Yeah.
but just to give an idea that I came up with, okay, so Ramadan was downstairs this year. If we can't come up with a way to put Ramadan, Passover, and Easter downstairs, okay, so Ramadan was downstairs this year, next year we bring Easter
Try to do a
downstairs.
rotation.
We rotate it, or if,
Or
for-
we have the
or for
holidays
instance-
together and a
Yeah,
display.
I
Or for
like
instance,
putting
I'll go with-
upstairs together, I don't know, I like this
If
together.
there are three
with
votes,
you.
you can put one for each major holiday, that's,
And we
you
can,
know.
we can
And
try
then you
that.
put a
Yeah.
sign that says, like you said, please see
More-
our
more
display on
available,
XYZ
you know,
on the
more
front.
available on-
Absolutely, there's many
Yeah.
different
Yeah.
ways to do it, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's a different way to do it, like, if Christmas was the display downstairs and Hanukkah was on the second floor, so Easter goes to the second floor, Passover goes to the first
And
floor.
we
It's-
rotate.
And I can say, my kids, who are half Pacific Islander, enjoyed the Pacific Islander display.
I think our staff is
One
doing a
short
great
from
job,
the world.
and we
I'm
really
gonna-
appreciate,
Never
we appreciate the board's support for when we get comments like this from the community. We appreciate the board's support in our professional discretion, that we are trying to be as inclusive as possible while always working towards it. And also that we do have this schedule, and just acknowledging that we're all working towards serving the community together. So thank you so much. I do appreciate that.
I'd like to make a motion that we take a 5 or 10 minute
Yes.
recess.
I second,
Okay, so let's vote
Gotta
and then.
vote, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, trustee Kadir,
Yes.
trustee Derblick,
yes.
trustee Schoenfeld.
Yes.
Treasurer Patello,
Is not here, he
Secretary
just left.
Rozensky,
Yes.
Vice President Trunko,
Yes.
President Keen.
Yes, 10:19. Trustee
Uh,
Battello left at 10:17.
How long, 10 minutes?
Or less. It's
How
not-
about five?
5
Yeah.
minutes?
Yeah, let's go 5.
Is
Let's
our
just go as
closed
fast
And we're live.
I'd like to make a motion to come back into open session.
Second. Do we have to vote on
No, I think we just have to make a motion.
10:30?
this? Okay.
Can we table?
Yeah, good. Doors still open?
Everyone here?
No, nobody's here. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't-
Oh, it's
the
closed,
door's-
yeah, you're right.
the door's always open.
Everybody
Well, the
except,
library is open
Roberta.
for public to come in and join this meeting. There is a
Yes.
staff member
Yeah.
at
Oh.
the door.
Oh,
that's
that's
right.
That's
So
required.
that,
I
just
forgot.
so we're compliant with.
All right.
You're right, you're right.
All right, so we are on 10E, discussion on library safety and security. So we did have,
Can we table?
if you wanna make a motion?
Make a motion.
Like
what
the
are you
motion
looking to
table
table?
E through G?
E through D or E through H?
I'm sorry, E
H was
through,
moved up.
no, H is.
H was already discussed?
Correct.
I do
Okay.
have a recommendation that F is a bit time sensitive because of a request that was made by the union for a
What?
committee.
F should take a whopping 2 minutes,
Yeah.
honestly.
But I mean, to not table that. because
I
of-
think, well, just, you made the motion, but I think E, based on the incidents that occurred, I think E should be discussed today. G, I'm fine with tabling, but, you know.
Sure, that's mine.
Oh. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
My question on G is, shouldn't that be covered under our parliamentarian meeting?
No. Not really.
I think, you know, I'm of the belief if we all put things on here, it's important to us all, and while it's
That's fine,
already
but
10:30, I
it's-
still say it's important that we
Okay,
hear everything.
that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, but I think
As long as we
E
don't
should
go
definitely
for
be
another hour.
discussed because
Okay.
it's,
And F is very quick.
yeah, okay.
I don't even know what
It should be
that
anyway.
means.
So I move to discuss E. Do we need
Okay,
to-
discussion, we already did that, so, right?
No, 10E.
Discussion.
10E.
is
Safety and
safety and
security.
security.
Okay,
So we had two incidents,
one of
Right.
which is,
one of which is.
We can't talk
We
about
can't
that.
talk about.
Okay, so we can't talk about the incidents, but let's just say even not discussing the incidents per se, there are other meetings and locations, other public libraries which have, various types of security in place. And, you know, if the staff would want to see this, we should definitely have some kind of arrangements that, whether it's a security department, whether it is a security guard who is hired externally, whether it is police making rounds in the parking lot, whether it is police coming inside and making rounds, just so people feel that if there are incidents that occur, that there is the ability to respond immediately and not have to call the police externally to respond to an incident after it's happening. So if people around, if there's a security officer here and there's some kind of incident that occurs, then the security officer can take whatever measures. And, you know, then should that person be uniformed? Should that person be plainclothes? That's all administrative decision. And all I would say is that there should definitely be a kind of, you know, get a feel for the staff. If there's, you can take an informal poll or whatever. How many of you would like to see security? And basically then what type of security, whether it should be police, whether it should be private security, whether it should be internal security.
can I
But
interject? I don't know
Yeah.
that it should be a matter of whether or not the staff wants security. The library needs to have security.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I also think you're only focusing on one aspect of it, right? You're focusing on staff. We have a whole community we have to protect when they come in here.
But presumably, the security officer or whatever security measures are taken are going to be not just protecting the staff, they're going to protect the community as well.
I think the
Right.
board needs to come up with options, and if you're looking for
But it's
feedback
not-
from your staff,
I'm not looking.
we need to make that decision.
The 60 people who work here versus the community that we have as a whole versus the 7 people on this board, we need security. period.
Okay.
It's not, I don't think it's an option.
No. I guess
personally
Maybe
feel
the-
police, because when I've talked a few years ago and found out what it cost us, it costs quite a bit to bring the police in here. I think if we hire people to work security here, since we have concerns about our budget, it shouldn't cost us as much.
Oh,
yes,
Well, it depends,
That's
yes,
gonna cost a lot.
It's gonna cost a good amount.
whatever. I think, I don't know, I personally,
Whatever it should be, okay, so the library needs security, so now the question is, are we putting options on the table, then the director is gonna take those options and evaluate them and make a decision? Or are we making a decision,
We
or
should
what's
make the
the,
decision, but we should bring up the options.
okay,
Like, we should talk about, what do you think the library safety and security is? You know, and we should see what we all think about
So,
it.
libraries and library workers have been on the front lines. There's tons of articles that I could share with you about how they put themselves on the line every day. It's like working in any other public place, right? You're in the post office, you're in the park district, you're in the library. Everybody comes in here. Libraries are a place for homeless people to come to, because it's a place they can be, right? So sometimes there's mental health crises, there's all kinds of different people that can be in here. And the library, if you work here, you're gonna get whatever comes, And so it's not always an ideal situation. So something needs to be in place for the public, for the staff, so that they are safe. So I don't know how, I don't have a lot of knowledge in this area, but I do know that other libraries, some of them have security departments. Some of them do hire outside, so I don't know. There are different options that we could go with.
I have a customer who would not be interested in doing this area. He does like downtown, he does like the high-end stores like on State Street and things like that. But he is more than willing to come walk through our library free as a consult to give us ideas of what we may be looking for in an outside firm. He could not do it because all of his guys are armed, and I don't think we need to go down the path of having armed
I
security
don't
here.
think so.
What is he offering? What service does he offer?
He'll do a
he owns
consult
security
for
company.
us.
A council for what? For just having,
What he does would need.
What we should be looking for as a community, as a library, what we should be looking for, if we should be putting cameras in certain
okay,
spots, if
so
we
he
should
can
be,
do that, okay,
he can help us with that
okay.
free. Can't give us a quote on how much it would cost from him, because again, he's a different type of entity than what we would deal with. But we could also ask the Niles Police Department what their thoughts are.
I've
True.
seen that
Can I-
before at other libraries where the police department will come and do a walkthrough and do a safety assessment for the library. It's absolutely something that I would be happy to ask about. And I do know, like Becky mentioned, that there are other libraries that have security guards, which my very shallow assessment of talking to some staff is that that would be the preference over actual police in the library for various reasons. Although we do respect the Niles Police Department and appreciate their support as far as constant supervision of the building. It's more common to see in libraries a security firm or a security staff. Just also for the ability for myself or the person in charge to give direction on how to handle a situation, because the persons in charge are trained in de-escalation and things of that nature. So I think that's important too to consider.
Does the staff ever receive, I don't think we have, I don't know, have they received de-escalation training?
I've only been here a
should be.
short time, so I'm not sure, but it is something that
They
we
must-
Have we ever done active shooter training?
Yes,
You
have to,
we
that's
just
a
recently did it in
requirement.
Okay.
training. That was something
We
that I
had,
brought up.
de-escalation training, but it was like short, pretty informal, but we've had something.
But it's been a while.
Was
It's been
it,
quite a
It's
while.
also
was it a
available,
person?
As a continuing education
It
class.
is. It
in
is
Niche Academy.
There's
Yeah,
a very
Niche.
good class on Niche Academy on de-escalation that I've taken both in Florida and at Schiller Park that is very good.
Let's,
And so I will ask at least persons in charge and
Okay.
supervisors to take that.
But
How
I
many-
thought
how many
our
staff
staff,
How many staff did you speak to estimate on?
A small amount, so I'm not speaking of the average whatsoever, just a small amount of staff to get kind of the
Did the
feel
staff
of
feel
it.
uncomfortable when the Niles Police Department was here taking care of the incident that just recently occurred when they solved that incident for them?
No, we
Okay.
appreciated the support, but that was an escalated incident and not something that happens very often, which is why at least the people that I have talked to, and generally in libraries, they lean towards more of a security guard type of setup rather than police constantly in the library.
Presence. It's a different presence.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's a
I
different
understand
presence. And I myself am not uncomfortable with police in the library, and again, we appreciate their support. I'm not trying to denigrate or take sides. It's just a matter of constant presence. It's also a matter of the availability of the police versus taking care of the rest of the community.
Well, that-
Yeah, you can't have, to
sparks
station an
begin with.
officer full-time. is-
No,
yeah.
but we can, in the time that until we make this decision, maybe we could work with the Niles Police Department to do a few rounds here. Because it is about safety. And
Right.
if people want to get up in arms about having the police around here, okay, that's great. You want safety or you don't want safety? Because right now, libraries are
Well,
under attack constantly.
rounds are different than having somebody fully stationed, and that's why
Yes,
that's
I
why I mentioned
agree
that.
with
I
that.
don't think we should pay the Niles Police Department to put somebody here,
No, I don't.
open to close. Do I think it's something that we could probably work with them on of every hour or 2 hours, even just driving through the parking lot, just to see let the presence be known?
And I've
Yes.
seen that at libraries too, and that has worked well as well. So there are
It's a
other
deterrent,
options.
right?
Mhm.
So.
Can I-
There's
Yeah.
things we could do.
Can I
Rich is
offer
also
some
waiting to get back to you,
suggestions?
Carolyn.
Okay, a couple years ago when I was president, I did look into this, and you know what, it's not just an incident, there are a lot of things going on in this library that our staff deal with on a regular basis. My first concern was we have no cameras throughout the entire library. I understand there's maybe 4 somewhere, but there are
I was gonna say,
10,
didn't.
where?
Yeah. Well, we
I was
can't
told we-
discuss.
Okay, we don't need
Wasn't
to
it
talk
like
about it.
2
But
years
anyway,
ago that
okay.
we had that analysis and put up more
Okay,
cameras?
can I just finish, please?
Go
Okay,
ahead.
so my concern is that our staff is the first person that needs to confront a situation. I felt that we needed cameras in a lot of places that they're not. And I also, my idea of security was having these monitors at certain, like there'd definitely be one by Rich, but even the department heads would be able to monitor what's going on in their department instead of their staff walking into these situations and confronting this issue or that issue, and it would take that off of them. But also, I understand having the presence of a security guard all day. I think that is also something we need, because no one really, when you walk into this library, anything goes. If you don't see a security guard or a security person, then I think it can cause things to automatically escalate. I did look into the police. Now, we don't have to always hire the police to be here for like a board meeting or whatever that was. They do offer that they would drive through and that they would add us to their area of where they pass by. I don't know if that's what you're looking for, but I still think we need to have someone like Trunco's contact come through the library. We need to know where we need cameras
Where are
outside.
we?
We need cameras inside. We need monitors. I mean, we need a lot. So
I'm really glad to hear that we're on track as a group.
well, I'll
That
be
we do
honest
need
with
more
you. When I
security.
brought this to the board when I was president, it was voted down 3-3.
I remember it being cameras and police. I don't remember the other parts of it.
It was a whole surveillance thing.
And
it was shot down, but now's the time to do it.
I'm not debating.
Can
yeah.
I,
So I have a question actually. And
Well, first, Rich made a comment to me that I'd like him to share with the board.
So for many years, well over a decade, we contracted with the auxiliary force. So with the Niles Police Department, they had an auxiliary force. And one of the primary reasons that we went with them, their auxiliary force is, trained, and they have radios that go directly to dispatch. So they can radio
here and they
were-
worked that evening in the
Yes.
weekend
Were
hours?
they armed?
They were not armed.
Okay.
At the time.
It concerns me as having them armed.
Right, and I don't believe, I don't know if the policy now, but I do know that at one point, the auxiliary force in Niles was armed, but the liability insurance on it, something like that, was too high, and the training that's required, and recertification on an ongoing basis was just too demanding of the auxiliary force, and they no longer have that. I don't know if that's the case, but they were not armed in the building.
Rich, let me ask you, since you brought it up now, so was there any issues with the auxiliary force, or was?
No, I think that from the time, I was younger than I am now. And I remember them before I was an employee, and then when I was an employee in the 80s and the 90s. And, if there was an incident, they helped de-escalate it. I think it was a nice presence. They had not the full police uniform, but kind of a little bit, like the polo shirt. Some wore the utility belt, but not like the full utility belt with the taser and it's something that we'd have to obviously discuss, right? Going forward, if that was one of the options, right? What is the minimum? Because that was 2 decades ago.
Correct.
Well, right. So things have changed, right? But I think that was a nice presence. And I know that the staff at the time were very appreciative of that. And I think the only reason we kind of got rid of that was because of the cost. It was just too much
So
for
then
the budget at the time, and we were under a lot of constraints. One of the things that were constraining at the time, we had increased the facility, like double the facility, this facility.
Oh, so that was before they did the addition?
Well, this was after the addition, right? We didn't have the funding levels
Okay.
that were appropriate for staff, let alone for auxiliary services such as auxiliary police, right? And so the concentration was more back to, let's try to get staffing levels to the level we need for the newer building that we had, graciously been able to build.
So during the daytime hours, there was no,
No, there wasn't.
and nothing
No,
else?
just the evening and the
Okay.
weekends.
I'm concerned that we need them.
We need them all the time.
Well,
All
yeah,
open
I'm
hours.
just providing
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
historical
But this
basis.
is, this
I
is a
think it's
historical
something
lesson
to
right
check.
now,
That's,
so.
that's
There
all.
you
I'm-
go.
But
All right,
one of
thanks.
the
Let's start
things
there.
that stands out to me from what you said was something pertaining to insurance. And that's a big concern for me too, because if they're armed, we're gonna have to pay more for insurance, very likely.
Yeah, but
They
what
have
about
to
the
be here.
protective mechanism that we need in today's
To
society?
have somebody here, like Rich said, with the radio, so they can immediately contact straight through to the police department without a phone call, that makes a huge difference.
So I know that my experience in this area is not a lot, right? I've only worked in one library, but this is, for what it's worth, this is what we have. We have a security department at the library, so there's always at least 2 people on duty every open hour, and they make rounds all day long. They make rounds, they make rounds, they make rounds. So they're constantly surveying
Are they
what's
in
going on.
obvious security? do
Yep, they have
look like-
shirts,
yeah.
they have a uniform.
Okay.
They have like polo shirts that they wear with jeans, but yes, so one is stationed on the first floor, you come in, you see him, you know he's there. There's another one walking around, so somebody's always got eyes on every corner of the building. I'm on the second floor, people come up, I'm on the kids' floor, it's the second floor, and there's weirdos all over the place. I have had some weird dudes come up to me on the kids' floor, and all I have to do is dial the number, and the guys come up. And I feel extremely safe, and they even come up with there's a family of kids that are jumping on the furniture and you've asked them 5 times to knock it off, then you get the security guy up there and they listen to him. So it really is valuable to have someone in-house all the hours that the library's open. And that's the only experience. I haven't worked in another library, but I feel very comfortable. When the police come through with guns, because they do, not regularly, but every once in a while, I see them going up the stairs and it makes me nervous to have guns around kids. That's just a
Okay, then
personal
can I
thing.
just ask for clarification? Are those library staff or is that, they are library staff? I'm more concerned, I would rather see a security company and I'd like to see us put it in our budget. I just don't like the idea of staff, I don't care what kind of shirt they have on, walking into these situations. I mean, I just feel like we should, if we're gonna have security, we should have security.
Yeah, but those are, I presume they're security people.
So,
They're
right,
not,
so
you
they're
know,
not, they
probably
weren't
former
hired
police
as
officers.
regular staff and then made to, they get hired knowing this is your job, you're a security officer. So I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah, I like the idea of the auxiliary department because they get their training and de-escalation training and all sorts of other active shooting training, all the training from the Niles Police Department. We don't have to worry if somebody's going to get trained, how trained somebody really is, are they keeping up on their training, all this other stuff that comes along with it versus they're gonna get the best training that they can possibly get.
Find out what the difference in prices are for the
Sure,
different
yeah,
options,
let's-
because that might be.
That might be the
factor.
turning
And we may
point.
wanna, even ask if, I don't know if the records are here, because it seems like it's a while ago, but maybe the Niles Police Department has the records of what they used to do, how many incidents there were that they took care of or de-escalated for us. I know the 90s and 80s were a different time than now, but it's still worth seeing what they have.
My question for the board is, are we only looking at the police and security companies, or should we also potentially have HR Source benchmark a staff position as well for
No.
cost?
No.
Not right now.
Well, so.
I also don't believe that we should only use HR Source, there's other things out there.
That
we
we
can
just
use.
are contracted with them to do
Yeah.
the benchmarking
No,
specifically.
but, so the question about a staff position versus a non-staff position, right? Whether we have a security officer, let's just say a former police officer, right? Somebody who's a former police officer who works for a security company versus a former police officer who works for the Niles Main District Library. Either way, it's still a former police officer. Doesn't matter who's
Not all
paying the bill,
security is,
right?
not all
So-
I'm
security
concerned about
is,
the training that
Not
occurs
all
when you're not
security
our
is-
employee, because
is-
that puts
I
it on
can't
us.
hear, one at a
I
time,
know,
please.
I know, but what I'm saying is, apples to apples, who is paying the salary, whether, that doesn't
any way
make so
you
much of a
look at
difference.
it, we'll be paying the salary.
Right, and so I would say that it makes sense to consider a hire, now, obviously, that, and just to see, because a hire might be cheaper. So,
Or why
So
don't
whether
we
we put
start, since this is an issue we want to deal with now,
right,
why don't we check with the group like Rich suggested they used to have here through the police department,
auxiliary,
auxiliary, and check with the security, just to see, to get us something started. And then if down the road, in a year or two, we decide to go into having our own people, that's for the future.
So here's my question. This is very, very time sensitive, as we know. Do we go ahead and?
Can we back up for 1 second, because I wanted to add to what you, but I was
Sure,
getting to
go
that
ahead.
point
Yeah,
as
go
well.
ahead.
I kind of agree with Umair that I think that if we're gonna be looking into two things, it's easier to look into three things now than two things now and then one.
Yes.
So
Okay,
Can we just
okay.
look
Yeah.
into having a staff member being part of that too, however?
Can I make a comment, actually? So here's the thing, if you were considering the option of having safety and security, it couldn't just be one person. You would need to hire a
Yeah,
department
right.
to oversee the
I
hours.
agree.
And going to your point about training, you would need a supervisor. Like, you would need someone to oversee that department. So don't think of it as one individual, because that's not realistic.
No, you're probably looking at a department of at least
4 or
10
5.
to a-
No.
Well, no,
No,
you can't,
4 or
you
5.
can't say 4 or 5, because a supervisor alone.
Right, but
And
then
then-
you would need a rotation of employees.
But if you had 2 40-hour employees, let's say covering
Yeah.
the day shift Monday through Friday.
From experience though, because Schaumburg Library had over 250 employees and our department was 5. And they were able to adhere to the operations with a way larger library than we're operating with now. So I think 4 or 5, if we're gonna start off a department, like you're saying, like it's something we're still kind of trialing, it's a trial, and it's something that eventually down the road you'd probably want to hire more, but to start, I think 4 or 5 is realistic.
But to do something like how they do in Des Plaines, or like in Becky's library,
Yeah.
you're literally talking about, if you had 9 to 5, let's call it, that's an 8-hour shift, so you have 2 people do that Monday through Friday. Now those people are done, now you need 2 night people to work the night shift.
And then your
And then you still need
weekends.
the weekends. So
Yeah.
you're gonna need at least probably, and then you need people to cover, you're gonna need other people, part-timers at
Right.
least to
I'm
cover
saying
when
to
people-
start. I'm saying to
Yeah,
start.
I think
is
to start, to make
realistic.
sure that the library's covered, all day, every day that we're open, you're probably looking at 8 people, and then you need a supervisor, so that's 9.
Based on these
We only have 5 or
considerations,
6 too. I don't know how they do it, but we don't have that many. But the question right now is, do we want to look into that option or not?
based on those
I know.
considerations,
I
I
don't.
would say not looking into it as a staff member for now, because we would have to also build infrastructure as far as
Okay.
training
Yeah,
and
That's it.
orientation
Thank you.
and
Thank
all
you.
of
And then
that.
let's
So-
get back to your point about what do we do right now, because we don't want to continue to go without anything.
Yeah,
It's
so
not-
I mean, I think the quickest thing and maybe the easiest thing, it seems to maybe get in touch with Niles Police Department tomorrow and see about the auxiliary team being here.
Or even the drive-throughs.
Yeah, or just something
At
right
least the
away.
drive-throughs.
Okay, in
right away.
addition, can you contact your source?
I'm gonna give my source to
Do we
Or
Val.
wanna-
she can, I'm sorry, that's what I meant, all right.
I'm sorry, but I think we need to have someone come in and do an evaluation, but I don't know if going with someone that you know or someone that I know.
He
It's the
can't,
best
he
option.
can't, he can't do the job.
Yeah, I know,
He
but,
can't do this at all. He's strictly gonna come in. I asked him if he would come in.
Well, why don't we have NPD do that?
yeah. I would
Do
think
that.
we're
We can do
comfortable
that
with
too. We
Oh,
can do that
can they,
too.
will they do
Yes.
that?
But he
can
could also
request
tell
and see
us,
if
what
they'll
he
do
was
that.
going to do is tell
Okay,
us
good
the
idea.
Reach out
things
to
to
Good
watch
idea.
that companies will look to
I just
overcharge us
want an
for,
outside-
that we may not need. Like he said, there's a lot of things that companies will try to push on us because we don't know any better, and then next thing you know, we're paying for a lot more services than we may
I
not
don't think
need.
that it's a bad idea to have that done. I just don't want anything to come back to us like, oh, Jason's friend this or Becky's friend that, you know what I mean?
He's just a customer of mine, and I know he does it, so that's all. I asked
Okay.
him. It's fine.
Yeah, no, so I agree, it's a good idea, but not the only.
Sure. No,
So-
not the only.
Yeah,
I'll
so-
start with the police department, and if the
Thank you.
police department does not offer this service, then I'll reach out and see what your suggestion is, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, are we done with this topic?
I
We
think
are.
we can move on to committee assignments and committee meeting recordings. Committee assignments, so the union, excuse me. The union did reach out to us and ask us again to have a meeting for the work from home, the remote work committee. So I know that the people who had reached out to me and said they wanted to be on committees earlier, so I would like for Jason and Suzanne to be on that committee.
On which committee?
The remote work, the work from home
I
committee.
thought we weren't going in that
I thought we
direction.
tabled
At
that.
that last month's meeting, we said that we didn't want to do it, but since then,
It
I'm saying the
came back
union
to
has
us.
reached out to us again, and we consulted with Lisa, correct, who said we don't have to, but
It's not gonna go
it's not
away.
gonna go away, so we might as well.
Well,
I think what they're asking for is for us to come to the table and let's listen to what they have to say.
I think we need to discuss that situation before we even go in that direction.
But there's no
Because-
commitment.
There's no
right?
commitment. It's just,
No,
it's
no,
You're
it's
just
one
going
meeting.
and
There's a
listening, you're a committee.
situation in the library regarding this that we're not even totally aware of what's going on. I don't think we're ready for this, and you know what, I get it. The union will just keep coming back. Right now, we're not ready to commit to meet with them, because I think as a board, we need to get a better handle on this situation.
Okay, I think that we already, in my opinion, and you have, whatever, we can
And
talk
we
about our
can't
opinions.
discuss it now.
Well, no, we
Well,
can
we
discuss
are-
the committee.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The committee goes,
Can I
listens to what they have
finish
to
what I was
say,
gonna
and then
say?
comes back to the board.
Yeah,
they just want us to listen to what they have to say, and then you guys come back and tell us.
And then we
And
make
then
a
we
decision.
so first you guys, the two of you go, well, hear them out on behalf of the board, and then you come
You
back
know,
and
my
report
whole
to the board
point
what
is,
they.
my whole point of this is, the contract is solidified. They missed the date. We could do this at any other time, and we haven't even discussed this situation that exists in our library. And you want to
They-
have a committee meet with them.
They, from what I'm understanding, and
Mhm.
I could be corrected if I'm wrong, but it seems like they didn't come to us in January for it, or like right away,
Mhm.
because we did have a new executive director start, and they wanted to give her time to
Well,
get.
that was nice of them, but I don't think we as a board are ready to meet, and I think we need to get into this executive session and discuss this whole subject before we even get involved with the meeting.
So,
So what she's saying
Hey,
is we put it off for another month, because we've got too much for this executive session to discuss.
well, what I would say is that if meeting with their team, with the union's team, is a matter of hearing what their proposal is, our discussion would be a lot more fruitful once we hear what
No.
they have to
Can I-
say.
can I-
No, we
can I-
should do it
That's my
next
take.
month.
Can I bring up one thing?
Yeah.
One very important thing. We could talk about this back and forth. Our bylaws are pretty clear, though, that Becky has the power to make committees and appoint people to committees. And if President Keene's appointing myself and Trustee Schoenfeld on this committee, then Trustee Schoenfeld could refuse that. I will accept the assignment, and I appreciate the confidence you have in me to go on to that committee. And I'm ready to meet with the union when we need to.
And we will be discussing about that other topic in closed session tonight, so after tonight, you will be ready.
Correct.
It makes sense.
But you have the ability to, we just have.
I have
Yeah.
already said that,
Yeah,
so
so, yeah.
unless you want to refuse, then let me know that and I will choose someone else.
I would like to accept that assignment, I appreciate that.
Suzanne?
Sure.
Okay.
So we will be talking about it in closed session tonight. And then you guys can, I don't know how you set up the meeting, Valerie. How do they set up the meeting?
They have requested 2 dates via email, which I can send to the committee.
Okay.
They do happen to be 2 dates where I will be out of town, so I don't know whether the committee would like to wait so that I can also be available, but.
Will Cassandra be in town during that time?
Oh, yeah.
Well, if Cassandra's gonna be here, no disrespect to you at all, but as long as one of you are here and we're just listening at this point, I think that it's okay. I don't wanna hold things up for, you know, if those dates work with Sue and myself, and, well, Cassandra's gonna be here, so if they work with, then we should try to accommodate one of those 2 dates so we could at least move forward in the process.
Okay.
And then the other thing we wanted to talk about as far as committee meetings was, so there's gonna be more committee meetings coming up, right? We're gonna have bylaws committee, we're gonna have a policies committee, we're gonna have any other kind of committees. We discussed last month having them recorded and videoed. And so we did do that this time for the bylaws committee, but we discovered that it takes up a lot of staff time to have to video it, and kind of felt like maybe, it wasn't that exciting that people need to be watching us talk about the bylaws too. So the proposal is to have them recorded still, not do that, but just the audio portion, and to still have it uploaded onto YouTube and onto the website. The only difference would be there would be no video.
Yeah, and it also allows
I
us
think it
to,
still serves them.
yeah, it allows us not to have, like, we took up a room for 2 hours that if something needed to go on in this room, that, like, we could go sit in another room.
Well, we
sit
just
anywhere.
need to make sure that we meet our requirements, and that meets it, that's fine.
We're not trying to not be transparent or accessible, we're just also trying to be mindful and expedient.
Yep.
So we'll just have that going forward for all committee work. Okay.
All right.
Next. 10G, motion to discuss the current boardroom procedures and recommendations for changes with a possible vote.
Okay, the reason I brought this to the board was because of the safety issues about board meetings that were just rampant over the past few days. And I came up with suggestions about how to have the meeting in this room, and then also suggestions about how to have the meeting when it is downstairs and what we could possibly do. But in lieu of the discussion to start off with a security company or security process, I think this can all hold. It's not.
Excuse me, one
These
sec, we
changes-
didn't make we're talking about it, but nobody actually said.
Oh, sorry.
We need to make a motion, so I'll make a motion to discuss the current boardroom procedures and recommendations for changes with a possible vote.
Second.
Okay,
Thank you.
now your comments.
Okay, sorry. So,
they're done. They're
so
answered.
this was really based on all the concerns about the security in the library and in the board meetings. All of these ideas that I have are secondary to the fact that we're now starting with a plan for some type of security. Once we've created a security process, then we can talk about things we can do. And if this is our boardroom,
Yeah.
this is where we're going to meet, what we could do to feel either safer or how to reconsider what happens during, how our board meetings are actually scheduled. But I don't think it's important to do that now.
Okay,
Okay. Awesome.
sounds good.
I'd like to make a motion to move to executive session for the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of a specific employee or employees of the Niles Main District Library, 5 ILCS 120/2C1.
Second.
Wait, no,
Yes,
no,
sir.
there's
You got
more,
one
there's
more
more.
to
Collective negotiation matters between the Niles Main District Library and its employees or their representatives, 5 ILCS 120/2C2, and security procedures, school building safety and security, and the use, huh?
That's what it says,
That's
school building
in the
safety.
statute.
Okay,
That's,
I
yeah.
was just reading what was here.
Yeah.
Security procedures, school building safety and security, and the use of personnel and equipment to respond to the safety of employees, students, staff, the public, or public property. 5 ILCS 120/2C8.
I second.
Thank you.
Can I read the motion?
Can I? I'm gonna take the Trustee
Just for
Kabir?
fun? Yes.
Trustee Drblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Yes. Secretary Rosansky?
Yes.
Vice President Trunko?
Yes.
President Keane?
Yes.
6-0 passes, and the time is?
11:06.
Oh, my God.
Fluorescence.
We will be here.
I'd like to make a motion to go back into open session.
A second.
Okay. Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Derblick?
Here?
Yes.
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky?
Yes.
Vice President Trunko?
Yes.
President Keen?
Yes.
We're back in at 12:28 a.m.
There's no action from executive session, so we will move on to other. Is there any other?
Not for me.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the April 17th, now 18th board meeting.
Second.
Okay. Trustee Kadir?
No.
That's what you were gonna do, huh?
He's having a ball. He lungs himself.
We're gonna do it.
Make sure we have a quorum.
Yeah.
We do.
Oh,
We're good.
okay. I got nervous.
Ooh, my phone, don't we have to stay?
If anybody piggybacks on that, I'll just say, Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky? Vice President Trunko?
Yes.
President Keen?
Yes,
All right.
12:29.
I've been waiting months to do that.